Hey, everybody! How you doing? Lisa Lee here. I just wanted to say hello, a quick hello to everybody that's here. We have special guests tonight, as you know. We have Terry Lund, who is a well-known advocate for guardianship and probate reform. She's actively spoken out about abuses in the guardianship system and has also worked to raise awareness about how guardianship can sometimes strip competent individuals of their rights. She's here along with Leslie. This is part two of the guardianship awareness that we've done. So I'd like to bring them on right now. Here we go. Here's Legally Leslie
Hi.
and Sherry Lund. Welcome, ladies. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Leslie, I'm so glad to see you again. And Sherry, it's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Very
you.
nice to
Thank
meet
you
you.
for having me on. Thank you.
Absolutely. So, Sherry, if you can, so people, just to get an idea of what's going on, we introduced them on our channel last week in regards to guardianship awareness, and they have a basic intro to it. And as I was mentioning to you, I had put out the feelers so that they get more of an understanding with the two shows that I told them to watch, which was the I Care a Lot one. So a lot of them are familiar with that, and then also Take Care of Maya. So it helped more to bring it to life so they can see what we were going to talk about. And last week was very informative, and there was a lot of feedback from it, and very, very, very concerning. So if you can just let us know, just tell us your experience and basically, what you're doing as far as probate reform and stuff like that. Just let us know, what's your experience? How did you get into this?
Well, in 2009, in September, our daughter Michelle had two brain bleeds, and we're here in Arizona. She was in California, and so we had to. Her life was on the line, so we had to rush over to California, and
Right.
because of the value of the kids' trusts, um, the two of the trustees, my husband was a trustee, and there were two other trustees and a, a corporate trustee, but two of the other trustees just did things that were just unbelievable. They wanted to take over our daughter and her complete estate. So they went to court and
And these were just regular trusts, right? That like inheritance type thing.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
The kids are Walt Disney's grandchildren, so they were significant. And so they went to the court and accused my husband of wanting to pull the plug on his daughter. So we actually
Oh my gosh.
my husband went completely numb. He couldn't even function. And so the hospital had their attorney go with us to court and say, no, Mr. Lund has begged us to save his daughter's life, to do everything. He signed off on every procedure. And the nightmare began. And so within, that was probably, within 3 weeks, they filed guardianship documents. They filed false charges against my husband, and they filed a case in Arizona for guardianship and conservatorship of Michelle's twin brother. And the battle was on, and I'm talking about World War III. It was, literally them telling me, oh, I don't think your husband's going to his heart can't handle this. That's what I think they were trying to do, was actually kill him so that they could just easily step in and take over. But what they did was they used my husband's two older daughters and Brad's aunt as petitioners in Arizona, but the trustees were controlling the case. So you talk about a conflict of interest. Um,
Right.
we saw it all, the worst crimes you can imagine. And so I'm a fighter. My husband was very overwhelmed, is just a simple way to explain it. He couldn't function. So I went to work defending my family, defending my husband, defending myself, defending our family, defending my son, trying to keep his freedom. And um, I look back and I don't know how I did it, but I know that I had God beside me, because I know I couldn't have done it without the extra strength that I got, because we were being hit within 2 months. They filed 5 lawsuits against us, trying to get us to just turn everybody over and let them take over. And so we just went through horrific battles. We saw in Arizona how the commissioner, and I mean, you look at the statutes. I know the probate law, and I read the law, and I would say to our attorneys, how can they appoint a GAL over Brad's income when there's no finding of him being incompetent? So you have to
Right.
have a finding of incompetency to appoint a GAL. But the commissioner was like, well, basically I can do what I want. And this is the problem in every courtroom. They just do what they want. And the laws and the statutes, your due process, nothing matters. So we
Right.
had to fight every inch of the way. And in 2010, I was talking to a legislator friend of ours, and I said, these judges are violating the laws, they're violating due process, they're violating our rights. So I said, I'm going to write a bill, and I ended up writing two. And this representative sponsored them for us. And then it started kind of a war with the court lobbyists, with the court, that we had so many judges showing up in our stakeholders meetings. And this was my first experience with working with the legislature. But I quickly saw the I call it political corruption, because I saw some of the representatives and senators that wanted to become judges were trying to protect the court, and I was just standing my ground. And
Right.
so in the hearings, I would bring, 25, 30 victims to testify before the judiciary committees. And I wanted them to understand this isn't just happening to our family, it's happening to all the people you see in this room. So
Right.
we ended up, we got the bills passed. And then I kept watching, and I was handling 2 cases in Arizona and California. And I saw the corruption in California was just as bad in the probate court. And the judges favor these big law firms because, gifts go around and money goes into campaigns
Yeah.
and different things. So I saw things happening that most people would not think anything about, but I knew it wasn't right, like secret meetings with the judge. That's the ex parte meetings with the judge without
Yeah.
compliance or without their knowledge or approval. There were so
Hmm.
many things that were going on. So we fought every inch of the way. And in Arizona, there were 2 judges that were removed from the bench because we kept fighting. I was threatened by 2 judges to stop talking to the media and stop telling our story. And
Really?
I just shook my head, no, absolutely not. I'm not stopping. And we had one of our attorneys arrested one day in court for refusing to disclose attorney-client privilege information.
Hmm.
And
Wow.
I had put out press releases the night before. So the courtroom was packed with media. And it really put the judge on the spot, because he didn't expect that we would actually do that and have people
Right.
have them there. So it ended up, he did arrest one of our attorneys, and he said he was going to arrest all of our attorneys if they refused to give him the information. And then he said, I'm going to go to your clients, and if they refuse to answer, you can all sit in the holding cell together until somebody decides to talk. So I called a meeting of the attorneys. I said, it's mutiny on the bounty. Okay. You go in
Right.
when it's your time to speak. You get up, you tell the judge every statute he's broken, every constitutional right, everything. You just lay it
Right.
on the line. And we're not, if we give up our right to attorney-client privilege, then it blows the whole system apart, because that is the foundation of the legal system, is your privacy with your attorney. And
Correct. Yeah.
decides to, who tells your attorney to issue a subpoena? That was what that was about. And so I said, let's just all go to jail together. So we happened to have Maria Tomash, who was a producer for ABC 15 here. She was in the courtroom, and she said, Mrs. Lund, I never imagined in my life that I would ever see a judge arrest an attorney for refusing to disclose attorney-client privilege. And I said, Maria, when you walk in those doors, you're not in the United States of America. We are being treated like there is no constitution, there are no laws, and the judges legislate from the bench. And that's where the problem starts, is on the bench. And so
Wow.
she said, I'm calling in all the cameras, so I want you to say that on camera. I said, I have no
Right.
problem. I'm fighting for my family. And so when we took our stand, all the attorneys stood up and said, we're all going to refuse. And if you want to put us in a holding cell, we're okay with, we'll go, because we're not going to disclose attorney-client privilege information. So then
Right.
the judge backed down, and he filed bar complaints against all the attorneys.
And
Oh my
I can
God.
attest to that, Gary. I can, you continue, but tell me, I'll talk onto that, because you know my story too, what happened to me, but keep going.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so he sanctioned each attorney $5,000
Wow.
and filed a bar complaint. And then we had to defend, the attorneys had to defend the bar complaints, and we appealed his order, and we won on the appeal. So
Awesome.
we filed more appeals in our case in Arizona than any other case in the history of probate. And
Wow.
that should not happen. You should not have to file an appeal when a judge errs in his decision making. And when he
Right.
doesn't follow the law, he breaks the law and he violates your rights. We shouldn't have to pay to appeal his order. This is crazy. And people
I agree.
don't have the money to file an appeal. So
Right.
it is, yeah. And Leslie, I know you've been through what our attorneys have been through. So it's, the bar is another issue. But I think,
Well, if they would have given up attorney-client privilege anyway, there would have been bar complaints on the other side. Like, that's going against
Let me tell you,
their oath.
Gary's absolutely right. I'll never forget when I was in law school, we had to take an ethics class, and our ethics professor asked us the question, well, what if what if your client confided in you that they murdered somebody? Are you allowed to say it? Right. And of course, everybody said, oh, of course we got to say it. And she says, absolutely not. That's a violation of attorney-client privilege. And even if, as an attorney, if someone confesses to you that they murdered somebody, she said that Sherry's absolutely right when she said that's the foundation, that's the core. If you can't trust an attorney-client privilege, our system can't work,
Right.
Right.
That's right. And it's
Wow.
really sad that these, our attorneys were afraid of the judge. And we told our attorneys, you're going to do what we say. That's what you're getting paid to do. And we're not asking you to break the law or do anything illegal. but you are going to do what we want. And if you're not going to do it, you're fired. Simple. And I can't tell you how many attorneys we did fire because they would, some of the things they did. I mean, we fired people in the courtroom. And that's your right, because this is your case. And when your attorney is part of the fraternity and wants to show the judge that, see how loyal I'm being to the court, I'm betraying my client right here in the courtroom, and I'm charging them big money to do it. And that's exactly what's happening. And so I was not one to be reckoned with that. That was, you don't do what we want, then we have problems. And when you're fighting for your freedom, it's a totally different level of anxiety, stress. And when you're being attacked and accused and slandered, and, we had our whole life invaded with auditors and people coming into our homes. And I've just never imagined that this could happen in our country, much less in our society, that they could say we want the money to the point where we're going to go and fish for something to get you on. And that's exactly what they did. We asked them from the beginning, we asked the court to order the petitioners to provide evidence of their allegations, which is due process. And the judge says, no, the commissioner says, no, I'm not going to do that. We're just going to go forward with the case. So after tens of millions of dollars and having your life torn apart and your family torn apart, we saw in California, one of the judges wanted to go to the appeals court. So the law firm on the trustee's side, one of the partners in the firm, the judge had put the trustees under contempt of a court order and ordered them to be in court to face their sentencing. And this attorney, partner for the big law firm, showed up, and the judge, he nodded his head like this to the judge, and the judge said, I'm dismissing all the charges.
Wow.
That's how blatant it was. And my husband went crazy. I did too. I was like, no, they're in contempt. You have to hold them in contempt. And, this is how blatant they are. My son filed a federal lawsuit against Judge Cowan in California. And the Ninth Circuit Court agreed that the judge was out of line. And it's on video if anybody wants to watch it. You can go to the Ninth Circuit Court and look up Lund versus Cowan. And the judges reamed, the Ninth Circuit Court judges reamed Judge Cowan for his behavior and violations of my son, but said his only saving grace is he has absolute immunity. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. When he crossed that line and violated our son's constitutional rights, then he's violated 18 USC 242, and he needs to be investigated, prosecuted, sanctioned, and put in prison. That's how I feel. You've got these people sitting on the bench, and they're getting paid off, and how do they live the way they live? They don't make the salary to own homes in Palm Springs and drive all these expensive cars, and what's happening. And so we fought the legal fees that this other law firm was getting paid out of my son and daughter's trust accounts was tens of millions of dollars more than our legal fees. It was amazing. And so I said, well, I guess I said, Brad, I guess you paid for their new building on Century Boulevard, I mean, seriously, because people have no idea. But what they do to your family is they attacked us on every holiday, even on Valentine's Day. we would get served with something else. And it was just 13, 14 years of hell, just pure hell. And the attorneys, our attorneys even said, oh, the judge can do what he wants. I said, no, he can't. No, he cannot. Why are the laws in place if he can break them? Where does
Right. Exactly.
where's the law that says the judge can break the law and violate your, I
Right.
wouldn't do this. So I was not these attorneys' favorite person, because I fought back and I made them fight back.
Good
And
for you.
I was like, if you want to be on the payroll, you have to fight back. You can't just,
Right.
yeah. And we had people in California, attorneys, saying, oh, well, just let him appoint a special conservator over Brad. And I just looked at him and I said, why don't we let him appoint a special conservator over you and your assets?
Right.
How you would feel losing your freedom, losing your assets and control of your assets when you are competent to make decisions on your own pertaining to who your advisors are, who your trustees are, etc. So there's some real breakdowns. So what I did was 3.5 years ago, I took SB 1499 that was passed in 2011, and I worked on that and revamped that and took the cases, like from the beginning of a probate case, what rights and what laws and what's being violated currently by these judges and attorneys, and how do we
Right.
word it to where from the beginning of the case. So I started out from the beginning of the case and went through the whole case, had the head of probate, Judge Polk, asked to speak with me, and we worked for several hours, or talked about the bill, and he said, well, I'd like for you to take out the part about the person having the right to a trial by jury before the court takes their freedom and takes their assets. And I
Right.
said,
Absolutely.
that's a constitutional right. Why would I?
Absolutely.
And he said, well, we should be able to decide, use our discretion. I said, you're abusing your discretion. There's a difference between
Right.
using your discretion to help someone and abusing your discretion to benefit yourself and for these attorneys to benefit themselves. So I took the case from the beginning to the end, and we had some serious debates on, he was like, oh, I'd like for you to take out that the judge has to fully inform the person of their rights. I said, no, it's not negotiable. I'm not taking anything out. If you want to help make it better and you have some ideas to make this better, I'm open, but I'm not taking out any of our points and any of our protections. So
Right.
the battle was on, and I told him, he said, I'm not going to, we're not going to oppose the bill or get up and say we don't want the bill to pass. So what I said, but please don't go behind my back right before we go to caucus
Right.
and go in and lobby against the bill that protects the citizens' rights.
And that bill is SB 1499.
No, that one is SB 1291, and that passed unanimously. But what the judge, and I believe in divine gifts, and I believe in God, and I believe that we are, if you ask for guidance, you get it.
Right.
But I don't know how I knew, but I knew that he was going to do that. And right before we were to go to caucus, the week before, I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought, okay, I'm missing something. And so I called my team the next morning and I said, look, we're missing something. We need to put something else in here to protect people with disabilities. And because my son has some learning disabilities. So I said they still should be able to make some of their own decisions.
Right.
And so my lobbyist, she says, oh, they tried to get this supportive decision-making bill passed for 3 sessions, and nobody can get it passed. I was like, "Why didn't you tell me that months ago? Give it to me. Let me look at it." And
Right.
that was on a Wednesday, and on Thursday, I was on the phone with, the sponsors of my bill. There were, 2 representatives on the judiciary and 1 senator, and I said, "I want to add, supportive decision-making in this bill, a section." And so one of the representatives is an attorney, and he said, "I'll work on it." And then the governor put in, sent over her, somebody on the disabilities team to work with us. So we had several people working over the weekend, passing this bill back and forth. And I was editing, and it was great. But the energy that was going on was like, this is perfect. This is, we've got it. And so we went to caucus on Tuesday, passed unanimously, and then everybody on the committee jumped up and said, "Hey, Sherry, let's get in the Senate hearing room and get this bill passed." There was an
Right.
energy
Wow.
about the bill because it did protect people from the very beginning of the case, and
Right.
your rights to due process and your right for, I had the judge come out and tell me your family members have no rights. So if
Yeah.
you're if someone says you're incompetent, and like an attorney or a doctor turns you in, or somebody thinks they can just get guardianship, um, the court didn't give the family any say. They didn't say, "Oh, what are your directives?" And the court should follow your directives, right? If you've
Yeah.
appointed your sister, your cousin, your mother, your father, your brother, to take care of you if you need help, or to be your guardian and conservator or whatever, the court ignores your directives, completely ignores them, and appoints their people. So what is the point of you spending all this money to set up your estate planning and your directives and your powers of attorneys and everything, and then have the court say, "Oh, we're not going to look at that. We're just going to appoint our people." And the next thing you know, your trust, your money just starts disappearing. And what they do with people, they will not notice people that they're having a hearing to take their freedom away. And
Right.
was one thing in my bill that they had to be properly noticed. Their family members have to be properly noticed. The court must look at their directives and follow their directives unless there's a valid, substantiated reason not to appoint that person's child, daughter, son, husband, whatever. And so I just took it every step of the way. So no, the people set up their trusts, and the court ignores their trusts. And they'll take if you appoint one of your kids or 2 of your kids as a trustee, the court will say, "Oh, I'm going to appoint these 2 attorneys or this attorney to be the fiduciary and the trustee over your parents' trust." And they take the family members off as trustees. And then they have carte blanche to the money, and they do not report to the family members how much money they're spending, what they're taking, whatever. And what I've seen a lot of is when they have the hearings, I've sat in hundreds of hearings, and they will say the attorney is appointed by the court, and the attorney will say, "My client waives their right to appear." The client doesn't even know there's a hearing. And
Right. Yeah.
and this is not just happening to wealthy people. I've had veterans come to me crying because they went into the hospital with a broken leg. This one man, sweet man, he broke his leg. They put him in the hospital, and this woman walked in and said, "I've been appointed as your guardian and
For a
conservator."
broken leg.
A broken leg. And
Oh my God.
yeah, he owned his own condo, his own car. And he stood, I was going to speak before the Supreme Court Committee on Probate Courts. And I was out in the hall, and this man came up to me and he started crying. I couldn't help it. I started crying. I was like, I gave my speech to one of my friends. I said, you have to go in and read this. I can't leave him like this. I can't
Right.
do it. And he said, you know what hurt me the most was that they didn't give me any of my clothes, any of my personal belongings out of my house. They didn't give me my daughter's ashes, and that really took me down. They take everything. They don't give you anything. And they sell it, they
Wow.
take money, they take the jewelry, art disappears. If it's a veteran, the reason
Mhm.
behind that is the veterans are a great target, easy target, because they have their pension, they are maybe have a pension, they have their social security, they have whatever, benefits they're getting. And if you add these benefits up, they take over their life, sell everything. That goes into the fiduciary's bank account, and they draw from that for their services. And then they put this man in a dumpy. Drove out to Mesa. I wanted to see where they put him. He said, I live in a really dumpy nursing home, and I should be living in my condo. And so I drove out and visited him. And I went home and I cried. I told my husband, I said, this is not right that they do this to people. It doesn't matter what you have. If you have anything they can take and benefit from, they will. And so,
It's like you said before we actually came on the live, it's like legalized stuff.
no, it is very well organized crime. It's a crime syndicate, and doctors, hospitals, my own personal experience with my mom. My parents had dementia, and my father fell, and my mother had a UTI. So I had them both taken to the hospital, and and my parents were the couple that everybody dreams of being, that they were not without each other ever. I mean, they were together 24/7 for 65 years. And so in the hospital, I asked them to put my parents next to each other or as close as possible.
Right.
And because my mom was, she was traumatized because she was sick. She had a very bad UTI, so that made her more agitated. The social worker came in, and thank God I walked in the room, and she was trying to get my mom to sign something on a clipboard. And my mom said, she's trying to get me to sign papers. I don't want to sign anything. And
Hmm.
I asked the social worker, what are you trying to get my mom to sign? And she said, oh, just some authorizations for the hospital. And I said,
Right.
well, let me look at it. I'm her power of attorney, medical power of
Hmm.
attorney, and power of attorney for illegal. And so she didn't want to give me the clipboard. So that set off a red light. And so
Right. I'm a little familiar with that. My mom was in the hospital and
mhm.
in a rehab because of an actual UTI. So I see a little bit of what you're saying, but I didn't know at that time what was really going on. But now when I'm looking back at what she was dealing with and going through, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and when they have dementia, they're more susceptible to UTIs. And
Right.
so I took the clipboard, I looked at it, and what it was they were asking my mom to sign off that they could make her medical decisions, that they
Uh-huh.
could do whatever they wanted to do if she was not able to. Well, they knew she had dementia, so I knew they were going to use that. Um,
Right.
so I told the social worker, I said, you don't have my mother sign anything. I'm her power of attorney for medical and everything else. And we're not giving you authority to choose the treatment for my mother, because I knew it was all about the money. I've sat on hospital boards before, so I know what the budgets and everything are. So I went to work. I went to my stem cell facility, and next thing I know, I get a call at, I got home at 6:30, and I was trying to call my mom. She wouldn't answer. And I was like, okay, I'll just go to the hospital. And then she called me and she said, they kidnapped me. And I was like, whoa, wait, mom. And she said, no, they put me in a ambulance and they took me out of town. And I was thinking to myself, what the hell is going on? And is my mom really having like a breakdown, or, what's happening? So I said, Mom, where are you? And she goes, I don't know. I'm in this place and I'm locked in this room. And then I got scared and I was
Right.
like, Mom, hold on. So I had another cell phone. So I picked up the cell phone. I called the hospital, asked for my mom's room. And they said, oh, your mom has been transferred out. And I said, out where? And they said, well, we don't know, but we'll have to. No. You tell me right now where my mother is. And so I happened to know the doctor that was working with her. So I called him on his cell phone. I said, where's my mother? And he said, in her room. I said, no, she's not. They told me she was transferred out. She's telling me was taken in an ambulance out of town. I need to know what the hell's going on. And
Oh
so,
my goodness.
yeah, then I found out that the social worker, who had no authority to do this, she sent my mother to a mental hospital where it's for very aggressive dementia, Alzheimer's patients. My mother is the calmest. She would get agitated, but never mean, like
Right.
hitting people or throwing things or anything like that. So I asked the doctor, I said, where is this place? And he said, East Mesa. I go, I'm on my way. I'm taking my mom out of there. So
Right.
then there was another battle, because I told the doctor, I want this social worker fired. If she's anywhere around when I come down there, I'm gonna pull every hair in her head out.
Right. Absolutely.
So I drove all the way. It took me an hour to get there. And it was during COVID, and they said, you can't come in. I said, no, my mother is hysterical. You have to let me go see her. And I have to take her out. She doesn't belong here. So it took me until the next day. They did take me up to see her. But they had security take me up. But the next day I called, and the doctor called me back, and she said, oh, we're going to keep your mom for 2 months. I said, no, you're
Huh.
not. I said, my mother is not crazy. And I heard people screaming in the back.
Right.
And you expect
Oh
my
my
mother
goodness.
to rest? I was like, you are not going to drug my mother. Don't you dare give my mother anything. So I told the doctor, I'm on my way. And if you don't bring my mother down, I'm going to call the sheriff's department. I'm going to charge you personally with kidnapping. And we'll see how far this goes for you. But you're not keeping my mother for 2 months so you can drug her and drug her.
Right.
Not happening. So when when you go through these things, I always say, okay, Lord, why do you let me go through this? But I think it's just to help me understand what other people have gone through or are going through. Because
Right.
now when somebody calls me and says, Mrs. Lund, they took my dad to this mental hospital, I know exactly how they feel. I know exactly, it's like, okay, you can't let them tell you what they're going to do with your parents or your loved ones. You have
Right.
to fight back. And so I went out. I was on my way to go get my mom, and a young male doctor called me, and he said, Mrs. Lund, this is Dr. So-and-so. And he said, I heard you talk to the other doctor. And I said, yes, and I'm on my way, and I want my mother brought down to the emergency room. I'm taking her home. And
Right.
he said, I agree with you. Your mother does not belong here. And he said, I've already made a call to the hospital. I think the social worker should be fired. And I said, thank you. I said, why did you become a doctor for mental health? To then go into the field for mental health. And he
Right.
said, because my mom, and this is so amazing to me, because he said, my mom had some mental issues and then she got dementia. And he said the way they treat people with dementia that have sundowners and get UTIs and things like that, he said, it's not humane. And he said, I wanted to help people and not so that people weren't treated like my mom was treated.
Right.
And that really had an impact on me too, because you never know why somebody is doing what they're doing. You know, it's just like me doing what I'm doing. It's like people go, why are you doing that?
Right. My
and I
next question would have been like, why are you there? You know, why are you
Right.
working at this place?
Right.
You know,
And when he told
hopefully
me,
you
he
left.
said, I try to comfort people because when they come here, they're afraid, they're scared. And I said, well, of course they're scared. And some of these people don't deserve to be here, like my mother.
Right.
And then they wanted
Right.
to force drugs on her. And thank God my mother was refusing to take any drugs. So
Right.
but you know, I mean, I've heard other horror stories from some of the victims in the probate court. And I'm just like, what kind of country do we live in where they can hide all of this abuse? That's what baffles me is
It's crazy. I'm like so stunned by all of this. I really am. I mean, I think, you know, yeah, you may hear it here or there, but it's like all over. It's almost like if someone hits a certain age, or like you said, this veteran with a broken leg. What?
I
Like
know.
that could happen to me tomorrow. I could fall on the driveway, slipping, you know, on a wet driveway. My driveway's slippery, but it gets wet. But and next thing you know, they're doing it to me.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is
So
when they take you to the hospital and they give you drugs, then they say you're not competent. Well, of course you're not, because you're on drugs. And
right,
then
exactly.
they try to justify that. And I've gone into facilities where people are being drugged, and you know, everybody's like, some of the media will say, oh, I'm going to go visit this victim, and they'll say, how are you going to get in? I'm going to get in. I am going
Right.
to see her or him, and I'm going to see what's happening. And you know, I just feel like, you know, God opens the doors, because this is meant to be. People are not, they shouldn't be abused and isolated and drugged and have their family members where they refuse, the guardians and conservators refuse to let the family members visit their loved ones. That is a horrible thing. You take away someone's hope and their will to live when you take away their family. And
Right.
you talk, there isn't a greater abuse. I just, and it's not, you know, there's over $60 billion that we know of that's under court control, assets that are under court control in the United
Wow.
States. There's hundreds of thousands of victims. And I've challenged our legislators to take from the family court, just take 6 months of cases and take 6 months of cases from the probate court and go from the beginning of the case. And you can clearly see that these people have been violated and abused, and the laws are broken, their rights are abused, they haven't been given due process in every case. And I sit in on all these court calls, and it's horrifying. It's the same, it's the playbook is what I call it.
Right.
Every case is the same. We're going to take over your assets, we're going to take your freedom, and there's nothing you can do about it. So
How now? Can we ask how your children are today?
we don't get to see Michelle in California. She has a handler, and the trustees that were on Brad's trust are still on her trust and paying themselves tons of money. And
Wow.
and my son is, you know, I think we're all still grieving. I don't think you ever stop. I walk through my house and I see the pictures of all the kids together and all of our holidays and family times, and and knowing I can't call her and talk to her or see her. And it's heartbreaking because the judges,
Wow.
we tried to protect her in California. We asked the court to appoint a conservator over her and to investigate to see what these trustees and attorneys had stolen. And the judge said, oh, you know, even if she's being unduly influenced, she has a lot of money. And I know the attorneys, they're in my courtroom all the time. And we
Oh
were
my God.
horrified. There was no help. We couldn't get any help. And every time Michelle would see the kids at a Disney premiere in LA, or, you know, we'd be happen to run into each other, she was like, hey, you know, and she'd come over and hug everybody. And it's it does something to your mind. You're just standing there. And then they come and physically take her away. Physically.
Wow.
Away. And you're just like, they're kidnappers and it's legalized. How does this happen? I'm, you know, it's, you know, I tell people our situation's never going to be over because we don't have our family together. And there's nothing until these judges are forced. I think the best way to do it is to, you know, they don't really have immunity, but to pass some federal law that says no one has immunity if you're violating the law and violating someone's constitutional rights. There is no immunity. And how many people can afford to fight on the federal level? But the federal courts are now protecting the lower courts and dismissing all the cases against the judges. So you can't get anywhere. It's awful.
Wow. Now, if someone wants to get involved in guardianship reform or advocacy, what do you think is the best way to start?
I think the best thing to do is to find organizations in their area that are doing something. And there are, you know, but the problem is, even though there are whistleblower conferences or meetings in Washington, and you go and talk to senators and congressmen, and they'll tell you, yes, we know there's a lot of corruption in the probate and family court, but and I say, what are you going to do about it? Well, we don't know what to do about it. So I tell them, figure it out, because you're not protecting the citizens of the United States. You're allowing absolute kidnapping, drugging, theft of property, and without any due process. And everybody wants to focus on the illegal aliens and the wars. What about the wars going on in our own country? People are fighting for their freedom and they're fighting for their children. And I have been in hospital rooms where the DCS comes in, takes a newborn baby from a mother. It's horrible. And there's no reason. It's all about the money. They can adopt that baby out and the state makes money, and they steal children. They kidnap children, and it's for profit. So when I hear what's happening now, where they're trying to get some of these children back that came over and were, you know, taken out for sex and different things, those people should I think they should revamp Alcatraz. Just put them all over there. Just put them over there and let them talk about all their crimes. You know, let them brag, because they have damaged.
This is absolutely crazy. I can't even believe that. Like, you hear about trafficking, you hear about it just seems like it's all one big organized crime, and it's like different branches, but it's all the same judges, or, you know, who knows, lawyers. They're all involved in every bit of it.
Right. Well, we've done some in-depth investigation on some of these judges, and you know, they make 165, 170,000 a year, and that they live in $2 or $3 million homes and own properties in other states, and you look up things. They've tried to keep us from finding things out because they have the county recorders and the secretaries of state's offices take all of their information off of the databases. And so we've been able to find a lot of things, like one of the judges that was the head of probate, they take out mortgages on their homes.
Right.
A couple of months later, they're paid in full. These aren't small mortgages. I'm talking about 170,000, 150,000, 200,000. And this is the way the law firms pay these judges off on these cases. So when the judge takes the loan out, he puts the money in his pocket, and then the loan is paid off by someone else. And so we've done some deep diving into, it's just horrifying to see what, and the more, here's how it all started too. I said, okay, who gave the Supreme Court of Arizona control over the courts, where the legislature there's no accountability for the courts on any level? And so I did that research. And in 1960, the legislature amended the Arizona Constitution, giving control of the courts to the Supreme Court of Arizona. And then in 1994, they amended it again and gave the Supreme Court the power to over the attorneys. And so that's where the state bar gets their powers, from the Supreme Court, and that they could make all their own policies and procedures, and there's no oversight by any lawmakers at all.
Wow.
So,
That's crazy.
Isn't it? It is. We can't police ourselves, but the courts are policing themselves. So they're not policing themselves. It's very well organized and all the way up. So I've watched so many people around the country. We appealed, so many appeals, and we won most of our appeals. And you have to know how to fight, and you have to use the law and use the Constitution, and not only put it in your paperwork and all the case law behind it, but your attorneys, when they're arguing the case, have to repeat it on the record, because what people don't.
And that's why we have people like Leslie, who is fighting hard for these people under these conservatorships. And Leslie actually was able to get 13 conservatorships removed. Right, Leslie?
Yeah, it was and I want to reiterate, it's all walks of life. It's like, it's not just a rich problem, it's not a poor problem. Sherry's absolutely right. When somebody has federal funding in any capacity, what I saw usually happen is, if somebody, say, was getting disability, once they were deemed incapacitated by the examination committee, all of a sudden that disability paycheck became a lot more money, because the severity, that all of a sudden they were found to be more severe. And what would happen is, they would immediately, if they owned a home, they would sell the home, remove the person from the home, and once that person was in a guardianship, aka conservatorship, the guardian would make decisions on where that federal money would be spent. And a lot of times they were in cahoots with the assisted living facilities, and they had deals going on, or they were in cahoots with the real estate agencies to sell their house under value. So it doesn't matter, and someone mentioned before, well, if I have a trust, does that protect me? No. And even if you have a power of attorney, I've seen courts go in all the time and revoke it. So there's no protection. It's like, I wish I had an answer. And that's what's so scary, is that right now, where what you don't realize is it's going to take a long time to ever even see the possibility. And to me, the whole system needs to be revamped, because the judges can continue to hide what's going on, because the judges are in control of what evidence gets passed along. They have too much control, way too much control, the judiciary. And that when an attorney comes in like myself, who fought for the people, I was a new attorney when I started to fight for people. I was appalled. I got pulled into a guardianship case that I didn't even know what a guardianship was at the time. And I was in, just like Sherry says, like, I was in disbelief. I cried. I literally came home from this case and I cried. And I was obsessed with this case. All I could think of is, I got to help this woman. I got to help this woman. And
Right.
but I never could believe or imagine just how bad of a career suicide that would be for an attorney who actually fought for the people. And that was what I did. And they cremate you, they ruin you. And the bar knows how to ruin you, because it's kind of like if you were to have a witness, an adversarial witness on a witness stand, what do you do if you don't want a jury to listen to them? You try to ruin their credibility. And if there's an attorney that's trying to expose what's going on, they try to ruin their credibility. They do public reprimands on the attorney. They disbar attorneys. They do all kinds of things to try to discredit attorneys. And now, I'm not saying every attorney, was good. You know what I'm saying? It was wrongly accused. But I did find my fair share of attorneys that were wrongly accused. And it was basically to scare the crap out of the rest of the attorneys, to shut up. And
Right. Right.
or we're going to get you out. And if we get you out, we're going to ruin you, so that no one
Yeah.
else will ever listen to you again.
Wow.
That's
Well,
funny.
ladies, I want to thank you for coming on. I know, like, we only had an hour to do this, but what I would like to ask both of you, and Sherry, I really hope you come back, because I believe that you can help a lot more people understand, not just with your experiences, but with what's going on currently. And I'd love to have you back and talk more about that. But what I want to ask both of you is, what advice do you have for someone who believes a loved one is being exploited or unfairly controlled by a guardian right now? What advice would you give them?
You want?
Go ahead, Leslie.
I was going to say, in my experience, I was always told it's a miracle to get someone out of a guardianship, that they're in a guardianship until death. It's next to almost impossible to get people out of guardianships once they're placed in them. I was able to free 13 people. But the reason I believe I was successful in something that would be considered a miracle to most of the United States in this day and age, with the laws and how everything operates, is because I was new. People didn't, and I was going around to different counties. People didn't know what I stood for at that time. So I quickly got a doctor that I knew was fair, knew was, ethical, to evaluate. And I submitted it to the court. And then the attorneys started coming after me. Well, you're not allowed to pick your own doctor. You have to use our doctor. Of course, because they want to keep the person in a guardianship.
Right.
I got bar complaints about that I was picking my own doctor. And so they shut me up. They came after me really hard, these attorneys, really hard. And to the point I just said, forget this, I'm retiring, because I knew their end all goal with me. But I went on, I did things quickly. I did things without people knowing what I was about. And that was it was like a fluke that I got these people out when I did. But
Right.
looking back and looking at the situations that I see now, it's, to me, it's a losing battle right now, unless things are revamped and changed. I don't know how Sherry feels. This is me as an attorney.
Can you prevent it? Is there anything you can do to prevent this from happening right now?
Here's the thing. You would hope that I can tell you, if you have a POA and you have a healthcare surrogate, it's not going to completely protect you by any means, because those things get revoked all the time. You're better off having that, because I've seen people not have that, and that's when APS comes in and APS takes over, and then the person ends up in a guardianship through APS. But my biggest piece of advice is get off the radar, really know who you allow in your circle,
Right.
because and then keep your kids getting along, because one of the biggest things is that I've seen people go into guardianships that had estate planning, had a POA, had a healthcare surrogate, was when there were siblings that were fighting over the care of their parents, and one of the siblings got upset because didn't believe that their other sibling, who had been designated healthcare surrogate or power of attorney, was properly taking care of their parent. And then that sibling went to an estate planning attorney or elder law attorney, guardianship attorney, and that attorney told them to file a petition for guardianship, and then moved to revoke their siblings' POA and healthcare surrogate under the guise that they were going to take over. But what ends up happening all the time is then the siblings start fighting, and the court say, "Screw it!
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna appoint a professional attorney that has nothing to do with the family." So I'd stay away from attorneys. I mean, I hate to say that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how Sherry feels about this, but I don't trust any attorneys in this realm. And if you do encounter a situation, don't get a guardianship attorney, because they'll know each other. They'll sit in the elder law committee together. They'll know each other.
Right.
You
Now,
know,
what
Right.
I tell people, stay out of the court. If you
Yeah.
have a family member that needs help, you get together as a family, you figure it out. But as soon as the siblings or family members start fighting or falsely accusing each other, the war is on, and you are not going to win, because, like Leslie said, the judge will say, "Oh, there's conflict in the family, so we're going to appoint our buddies over here to take over." And one thing that we did, that I did with my son years and years ago, was to help protect him, was we've always had powers of attorney in effect, and they've always been durable powers of attorney for whatever, legal, financial, whatever.
Right.
And then we had those in effect. And then before my husband, we knew he wasn't going to be here very long, and he was very ill. And so he had an irrevocable, durable power of attorney for legal, financial, which covered all the trusts, the banks, the real estate, I mean, it covers everything. And Brad said, "Cher, I don't want them to do to me what they did to Michelle." And so he wanted the protection. So he appointed me as his power of attorney. So actually,
Right.
right now, I have two powers of attorneys, which can only be removed. We've done extensive research, legal research, and have expert witnesses on this. That the only way that my powers of attorney can be terminated is through court order, if I've done something wrong, if I've mismanaged money, if I've stolen money, if I've, whatever. You have to commit a crime against the party. And
Mhm.
so that helps, because when we were in California in the court acknowledged me as a consultant on the case and asked me to come up and sit with the attorneys. And then I had the power of attorney for all legal to help with my son's cases. And so it changed the whole dynamic of the case.
Right.
So I was able to actually address the court several times on, and I actually told our attorneys, if you don't say what you're supposed to say, I'm going to get up and say it. Okay.
Right.
So
Right.
if you want to look like a fool,
I love Sherry. I love the fighter in you. I really, truly do. So strong women.
That's why I wanted her to come on. She's such a fighter,
Yeah.
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 Your family, it's like my
Yeah.
family is everything to me. They're my reason for living. And you want to go up, you want to hurt my family, you better think 20 times.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I would be doing the same. Thank God I had not faced anything like this. At least at the time I didn't think so, but
see, I tell people all the time, I tell the legislators, the senators, the congressmen, you're all potential victims. And guess what?
yes.
Everybody knows what you have and how much you have. And so you think when you, and I told the judge too, I said, you have, he told me, he said, well, I don't think I should have to tell the people their rights, and that they have a right to a trial by jury and da 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 da. I said, well, in certain civil cases and certainly in criminal cases, the judges always tell the party, you have a right to a trial by jury. If you waive that right, here's what happens. So why would you not do that when you're going to take someone's freedom and assets? Give me an
Right.
answer.
Exactly, Sherry. Exactly.
Right?
Because I told you I was talking to my husband, and he goes, my God, if you get in a car accident, you get a jury trial, hands down, right? And
Right,
in
right.
case you get a jury trial, but you know, in guardianships, you lose more rights than a criminal, and
That's
you're
right.
not getting a jury trial.
That's right. So I do, my big thing is educating people when they say, they'll ask me, what should I do? I even have attorneys call me and ask me, hey, I just had this happen. What should I do? Because they're up against, see, I don't have to worry about what the judge thinks about me because I probably feel the same about them. But
Right.
these attorneys are terrified. They're terrified. They've been threatened with bar complaints, threatened with disbarment, threatened with sanctions, and they're trying to defend their client and keep their freedom and keep their assets. That's a horrible place to be. And I really do feel, I know some good probate and family court attorneys. I filed for grandparent visitation, my granddaughter, and I happened to have a wonderful attorney who is a man with morals and ethics. And I tell him all the time, God sent you to me because he knew I'd been through enough bad attorneys, right?
Right.
So, but
I can't even imagine having to weed out so many bad attorneys.
that's
You know?
horrible. It's horrible. And you don't trust anybody.
No, I can tell you, in my practice, and you know, it's really sad. The only two attorneys that I ever found to be truly ethical, moral fighters for the people, one of them was found dead in her apartment up in the Panhandle. She was married to a politician who died the year prior, which is kind of strange to me. And then the other one, the court took down, put in jail, adopted her kids out, and she never laid a hand on her kids. She was a victim of domestic violence. And those are the only two attorneys I ever encountered, and their lives were just completely ruined.
well, the heartache
Wow.
that these judges cause families. I had one probate attorney in a stakeholders meeting. We had the head of probate, all the court lobbyists, all these people. And this one, I told the one attorney, I said, not knowing at the time, but I found out, I knew there was something going on between him and the judge. So I was like, I'm going to go look him up afterwards. Turns out he was the judge's former partner. But he was really laying it on me. He was like, you know nothing about the law. And, you come in here and you write bills and you think you know, da, da, da. And I just let him rant and rave for a few minutes. And then I just calmly looked at him and I said, you know what, John? I know enough about the law to know you're breaking it and you're violating people's rights in every case you handle. You're stealing, you're helping kidnap people. And then I went home and I was like, what? There's something wrong with this man, And I found out he was the judge's partner. And so, it's interesting. It's a very tight network. They don't like anyone. I would go on court calls. Now I go on court calls and the attorneys will say, oh, we're going to talk about medical issues. We need to disconnect the court calls. And that's their excuse to get us off the court calls. And at first it was like the judges would say, okay, who's, 6615, your last numbers or your phone number. And so I would say, oh, this is Sherry Lund. And then the judges would go, oh, Mrs. Lund, can you hear us okay? And I said, yes, Your Honor, I can hear you fine. Thank you. Oh, if you can't hear us, let us know. I said, thank you. Well, then they knew my number. So I would have the media on the calls as well. So the media calls in through a back number, and they kicked me off the call, or everybody, because they didn't want me to hear what they were doing to this victim. And so the reporter called me and said, or text me and said, Sherry, call in on the back number. And I was like, this is a public hearing. This is a public courtroom. They have no right to have secret hearings. If they're going
Right,
to
right.
medical issues, like I can do on Zoom, you just put them in the waiting room, and then you let everybody back in. But these judges don't want you, and attorneys do not want you to, especially me, because when I go on podcasts, I name them. I'm
Right.
like, you're going to violate people? Well, let's just tell everybody who you are and what you're doing. And
Wow.
they do not like that.
So Sherry, you mentioned a podcast. What is your podcast called? Voice of Truth or
Truth.
Voices of Truth?
Yes, and we're getting ready to launch that. I have so many victims that want to tell their story. And
I would love to have some come on and tell their stories. If you want to set something up, we could do that.
Oh, I can give you people right now. So I would love to do that, because there are cases that are ongoing that once we go on and I talk about until, like recently, there was a judge in family court, and she told the mom, who had given the court all of the hospital records, doctor's reports, pictures of her 4 little boys being abused. And the father started choking one of the little boys until he passed out.
Oh my
And
God.
I told the mom, I said, he's going to kill them. And he showed up at the school with a gun to kill her. I mean, this is the trauma these families go through, and some of them. And so I told her, you're going to use my attorney, because your attorney is not helping you. And so my attorney, I had my hearing one morning, June 12th, for my grandparent visitation. In the afternoon, they had Rachel's hearing. And this judge told her, you're going to turn the boys over to the father this afternoon. And if you don't, I'm going to put a warrant out for your arrest. And my attorney and his wife called me. They're both attorneys, called me up almost crying. They're like, Sherry, what do we do? He's going to kill one of these kids. And then the mom was calling me, and I said, you know what? Call the Peoria Police Department, and he's being investigated for child abuse. You're not handing those kids over to him. We're going to stand up to this judge. And so she called the police, and they said, do not hand the kids over to him. We are extremely concerned for their safety, and he is under investigation for child abuse. And so I went on social media talking about what this judge did, made some calls to legislators, and the next Monday, the judge called a hearing, and Rachel was like, she's going to have me arrested. And I said, no, she's not. I said, if she does, I'll pay to sue in federal court. I was so angry.
Right.
And so the judge then on Monday gave her custody, gave her full custody of the children, no visitation for the father, not even supervised visitation. And my attorney called me, and he was like, oh my God. He said, Sherry, I was so worried. And I said, well, I've been praying, and I was ready, to
thank God you stepped in there. I mean,
you know what? That's
thank God.
We all do, though. We all should be protecting each other and our children.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
what's happening with these courts is, you talk about abuse. The courts are abusing these children, and this is a lifelong. How do you get over that? How do you get a child through the trauma? And this mom has been fighting for 6 years. She spent over $1 million trying to protect her
Unbelievable.
little boys. And I was just like, what is going on with these judges? Are they just pure evil, or what is happening here?
I'm wondering about some judges myself, but it's like, are they even paying attention to these cases? Like, are they really looking, or are they just like, do they know someone and they're just going with that, like that wink of the eye or that nod of the head? And how are they not seeing what's in front of them in certain cases?
But they have,
And
yeah, this judge
yeah,
has children too. How does she not
yeah,
say, what if my ex was choking my child out till he passed out, choking him until he passed out?
mm,
Do we not put ourselves in the other person's place and say, how would I feel if this happened to me?
my,
Yeah.
I can't believe any judge would even allow the visitation. You know what I mean? Like that what?
Yeah.
No, but then to
That's
threaten a
insane.
mother, yeah, and threaten a
Yeah,
mom. She's very educated. She works for this education board, and just a great mom. And how do you do that to children, much less to the parent? I
exactly.
there's a problem. We have a huge problem. Leslie knows
Oh
how
God.
bad it is,
It's
but
bad. It's bad. This is why it's almost like you're cursed with knowing the truth, right, Sherry? Like
right,
you are
exactly,
because it's like before I became a lawyer, I was screwed by the system. That's why I became a lawyer, because I was like, I don't ever want to rely on an attorney again. I might as well just learn it myself. And then when I got into the system and I saw what I saw, I was in it. I was in shock. It's funny. It's because it's like I lost hope in the system, because at the time I lost hope. I lost hope because I didn't have money at that time to get an attorney, and I was trying to navigate on my own and this and that. And I was, I thought I lost hope just because I didn't have money. But then when I actually gained the knowledge and I was working in the system, and then I saw, oh wait, it has nothing. Well, yeah, money is definitely a factor, but it's the politics and the connections and how these judges get appointed behind the scenes, and who's funding their campaigns, and what person is lobbying the governor, and who the governor appoints as judges, because they get to appoint judges. It's all backward political connections, and there's no regulation of this, because it's a state, it's a profession, like it's a self-regulated profession. So there's no when I was seeing the corruption with my own eyes, living it behind the scenes, witnessing it firsthand, I tried every avenue I could take to report it, and I kept being directed right back to the bar, the very ones that were doing the corruption. And they said, "Oh, well, they're self-regulated. We can't help you. You got to take it up with them." Well, where do you go at that point? That's why I gave up. When I retired my license, I said, I can't support this. I can't live another day. And it was really sad, because I worked so hard, spent so much money to become a lawyer. I was, mother of 3 children, trying to support my kids. It was a very lucrative profession. I finally, felt like I got financial stability. But at the end of the day, I have to sleep at night. And I knew that if I stayed in this profession, in order for me to not evade scrutiny, evade the bar complaints, evade the attacks, I would have to sell my soul to the devil.
right.
I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore, and I just said, I have to get out. I can't live like this, and it was very depressing to walk away from that. But I just knew I couldn't be a part of it anymore. And I was in too
Yeah,
deep, because I was known at this point. Now I'm appearing on news stations and media. Now people knew me, and I couldn't hide. I couldn't go just become, because if I were to go back in time, when an attorney just is, say, a contract attorney, right? They're not a litigator. I was a litigator. I was a trial attorney. If they're just working as a contract attorney, yeah, they can evade all of this. But I was in too deep. I was in too deep. I knew too much. I was too publicly known in my profession to turn back. The only place I could go is retire at that point.
yeah,
Well, I hate that happened, because, it's hard to find good attorneys to really care about your family and care about what happens. They just see the money, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, I watch them with other families, and they'll say, "Oh, it's no big deal. Just, let the one case where the father gave up rights to the baby, and then 5 years later comes back and says, oh, I want to be in her life. And suddenly, I mean, it's just what these judges do to these children. It does have lifelong effects on children, and they see that nobody is, the judge, that person is not protecting me. That is a horrible thing for a child to feel.
Yeah.
I can only imagine, because the judge is what people think, oh, that's the judge, they're going to do the right thing, they're going to protect my family, and it doesn't work out that way. So what do children believe in? I mean, what do they have
Yeah.
to believe in? That
Yeah.
who's going to protect them? Um, the system isn't,
Yeah.
definitely isn't.
Well, someone had asked what I meant by stay off the radar, and Sherry, you can understand. I became very well known because of the work that I was doing, and I was actually the only attorney in the state of Florida that had the success that I had. I got publicized about it at that time, and I could go in any court. Like even a year ago, I was actually going in as a consultant to help an attorney, and the attorney turns to me and they said, how do you know these elder law attorneys? And I go, I don't. And they said, oh, they're all talking about you, they know you. So what happens is, when you get publicized for the work that I was doing, you can't walk into any courtroom without them knowing who you are. And they will attack you for everything to make your life difficult. And so that's what I meant by being off the radar, is that I got too known in the area of work that I was doing to ever turn back. The only way I could really turn back was to go, I guess, go and basically be quiet and just do contracts. But that wasn't why I became an attorney. I became an attorney to fight for the people, to fight for justice. It wasn't in me to just be silent. If I saw injustice, I had to stand up for that person. And
Yeah.
it was just it's hard to explain. It was just, I felt like I'd be fake unless I could fight for the people, unless I could fight for justice. I felt like I was hurting people by, if I were to take a route of just going and doing contracts behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? I just realized I can't win with me alone against an entire entourage of elder law attorneys across the state of Florida that are making money from these people's estates, targeting me because I'm interfering with that money flow, not to include the assisted living facilities, the pharmaceutical companies, the real estate agencies, all the people that were in this cahoot together. It was a battle that and I hate to say this, I couldn't fight it alone. I couldn't anymore. I just couldn't. And then I had to take into the consideration that I was a mother of 3 young children. They needed me. And my time was being monopolized by all of this. And I wanted to, it's like, if you put me in a situation, I see injustice, I have to fight for it. I cannot be silent. And so I just came to this roadblock where I just had to make that choice, and I had to make it for my kids, really, and for myself, which, like I said, I could have stayed in it and made a lot of money. I was making a lot of money when I was in it. But I also believe that we're on earth to become in an image that we were created to be in. And part of that image
You
is
still
evolving.
have people calling you today to try and get you to help them.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
people all the time, but I just believe that our purpose in this world too is to evolve into an image that we were created to be. I just had to I had to go back, and just I took the high road, and it was a scary high road because I did lose a lot of money and I was financially unstable. Our homes went into foreclosure, all kinds of things were happening. It was not a fun place, but I knew I would be protected by by God. Okay. I don't want to get religious. I don't know what everybody believes, but that's my belief. And I knew if I did the right thing, he would open doors for me. And so I knew it was going to be hard, and I knew, I was going to suffer financially. And I did, I absolutely did. But I have to meet my creator when my life is over, and I have to sleep at night, and I have to be an example for my children. And so that was my threshold, my laws for myself, and I had to walk away for those reasons. So, you know, with the whole retirement thing, and, you know, people spreading rumors that I was disbarred, you can understand why I was so upset.
Right.
It wasn't,
Oh, absolutely.
you know what I mean? It wasn't about that. It was a serious choice that I had to make based on my principles and character.
Well, and I think you have to put your family first.
Yeah.
And,
Right.
and, you know, I think, you know I did that, but when our case first started in Arizona, we'd be in the court, going to court, and people would show up. And I don't know why they would come up to me and say, "Oh, Mrs. Lund, we have a probate case going on, and the judge won't allow us accountings of our trusts." And I was like, "What? That can't be happening. It's your
Right.
trust, right?" And so I found myself, you know, like saying, "I can't help my family, my own family. How am I going to help other people?" But then I thought, okay, there's a reason people are coming to me. And
Right.
so I started going to hearings with these victims. And I was horrified that the judge would say, "No, I appointed a fiduciary and a trustee, and there's attorney client privilege, and the beneficiary has no right to know what they're using out of their trust." I said, "That's not legal. That's horrible." So then I studied trust code, and then, you know, it just one thing led to another. And
Hmm.
so I put that in my bills, was that upon request, any beneficiary has a right to an accounting immediately. And then that, you know, everything I did in the last bill that tied everything really tight together, as soon as that bill was signed, even the governor here, Governor Hobbs, she said, "This is the most protective probate bill I've ever seen." And she said she offered to do a bill signing ceremony. Well, because I put the supportive decision making part into the bill, we went to the Capitol for the bill signing, and there were so many people, so many attorneys for, you know, disability attorneys, and all these people showed up, and I was so shocked that all these people and families were coming up and saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Because even, and one of our senators, she's paralyzed, she was paralyzed from the neck down. And she said, "You know, you have no idea how this changes everything for people with disabilities, because what the judges do, if you're paralyzed, you're disabled, you need somebody appointed to take over your estate and your health care." And so now they have the right to do their own supportive decision making, unless they have, you know, it's extreme mental issues and things like that. But
Right.
I look at the way that other states, you know, are saying, "Well, we should do that in our state." Why are we just not doing this federally? I mean, so that
Right.
it's a federal law that everybody has the right to choose their own, you know, set up your own directives, and the court has to follow them. And but I still see that after our bill became law, the State Bar of Arizona had a conference, and they actually had a section of the conference about me and SB 1291. And they said that the judges do not intend to give people trials by jury before they appoint a guardian and a conservator. So they went public and said, "We're not going to follow the law." So I went right down to the senator's office, and I said, "They're snubbing their noses at you, and they think they're going to violate the citizens. It's not going to happen. So you guys need to figure this out, because we're not going to take this anymore. These judges need to be taken off the bench." And so there's some stuff going on here, and in other states as well. So I think we're seeing that movement, Lisa, grow, where
I
people,
think
and
that's
that's where
great.
we make change, is by numbers and people speaking out and saying, "We're not taking this anymore. The judges work for us, and
Yep.
they need to do their job." And
Right, and I believe that's exactly what needs to happen. We need to create change, make change happen.
right.
Um, and Leslie, thank you so much for coming on.
Yes.
Sherry,
Yes,
I
thank
would
you
love
guys
to
so much.
have you.
Nice seeing you, Sherry. It was so nice.
Yes. Good to see. Oh, I wish I could see you, but
I'm sorry. I would. I just I'm. It's been. You can hear my voice. I'm so exhausted right now.
I know you are. Get some rest. You've got
All
a
right.
big job.
We will definitely come back. And Sherry, again, I would love to have you on again and bring on some people up with the cases that you're involved with. And I say the sooner the better. We had a segment on Mondays that we've changed up. I'm definitely interested in doing an awareness with this and making change happen. If you like, we could bring people up on Mondays.
Oh, I would love it.
Yeah, that'd be great. We can talk about that. Absolutely.
Right. That would
Absolutely.
be great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you guys.
All right. Thank you.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
soon.
Bye. Have a great night. Bye. Bye. Oh my goodness. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Everybody, I'm so glad that Sherry came on and was able to share her experience. And she has done so much as an advocate. And I'm absolutely, you guys, what do you guys think? Are you guys more informed? Would you like to have a segment on Mondays where we can talk more about these type of cases and how we can make a change happen? What do you think? What do you think? Let me know. Tell me in the chat what's going on. Thanks, Sherry and Leslie.
Thank you.
Let's see. Very eye-opening. You guys rock, man. I would love to hear about ways of protecting yourself. Yeah. Well, I believe, Sherry was talking about doing the POA, how she became the, her own power of attorney. And it was where you can only be terminated as a power of attorney by court order, and only if said power of attorney that has done something wrong. So that could be, one of the main ways. I mean, we really have to look deeply into a lot of this. I mean, this corruption in probate and family court is absolutely insane. With kidnapping, drugging, theft of property, the rights. I mean, we definitely need to find ways that we can protect ourselves right now, and a power of attorney is definitely, I'm not sure about I saw someone mention in the chat about taking things out of people's names and putting it in, yours or a sibling or family member's name so that it can't be taken from them. I would assume that would be okay to do, but I would just love to talk about more of that. And Sherry's still here. Can you hear me, Sherry?
Yes, I can. I was just listening to you.
Okay.
Thinking you brought up some really good points too, because there are so many ways. I worked with my son's trust attorney to see that the way his trusts were set up, that he could still be a trustee and he could have a say in certain things. And you can work those trusts any way you want. But most of these attorneys use forms that they put a little detail here and a little detail there. But I think I've had several trust attorneys tell me that the forms, the programs they use, they're all designed to end you up in probate. They're not designed to really protect you. So, like an asset protection trust, I've had the judges get upset because they were like, okay, whose idea was it to set that up? So that they can't touch that when you do things a certain way. And so, there are some ways to protect yourself and to protect your family.
What about taking certain assets and putting them in other people's name?
Well, I think the best way to do it is to have corporations that own properties and homes and things like that. And then you put your children on those, whoever you trust. I mean, I tell people, be
Right.
careful who you trust, who you put on.
Yeah.
And you also put terms where if there's a disagreement, they're not allowed to go to the court. If they do start court proceedings, they're out of the trust completely. So there are a lot of things that people can do to keep their kids in line, because at the end of the day, I tell the kids, you're hurting your parents. You're being greedy and you're hurting your parents. And your parents should be kept at home. And then, there's so many different scenarios, but I just, would advise people to have their irrevocable asset protection trusts, and then have all of the assets owned by corporations that your beneficiaries are members of. Because if something happens to you, then your kids just carry on. You don't have to go through probate. Your kids are on as members, and so nothing changes except that you've passed away, and then the trust owns everything. So there are a lot of ways that we've set our estates up, and our sons and everybody to be protected. And then having your medical powers of attorney. Everything says that there shall be no court oversight, no guardians, conservators shall be appointed, that they have no control over these assets. I mean, you put all this stuff in there. And I've had the judges in our cases ask me, would you let us see Brad's trusts? No, you don't have jurisdiction over those trusts. Absolutely not. So unless people know what they're doing, I've had, the banks will say, well, let me have a copy of your trust. No, you can have a certificate of trust, but you're not getting a copy of the trust. It's none of your business. It's a private document. And so people just, and this is something the trust attorneys don't tell you. We happen to have one that we have everything in order, but if you need a certificate of trust, it tells who the beneficiary is, who the trustees are, what your powers are, and that's all they need to know. They don't need to know anything else. And now what the banks are doing is they're saying, no, we need a copy of the trust itself. No, you don't legally have a right to a copy of the trust. So it's like
when you mentioned banks like that, like right now, I'm just thinking of Wendy Williams.
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with her case?
Oh yes, yes.
Didn't they just awarded? Wait, they just did a. Wait, let me see. Her guardianship is being upheld after she completed a significant number of tests as part of a medical examination. Let's see. They're saying she does have frontal lobe dementia. It's been completed, and they determined that the neurological condition and diagnosis still exists. It's not listed in the paperwork, but she has been diagnosed with it, and that and aphasia, and so they're still upholding the guardianship. But it was said that it was Wells Fargo that got her into the guardianship, but now it's stated that it was because of her son and misuse of funds that happened. So I don't know, but apparently.
Yeah, that's, and I think the court comes up with every excuse they can to justify taking over the estate and not giving them, she never got due process. That never came up in her case.
Right.
And she has a right to make her appointments, even if she has, my parents had dementia,
Uh-huh.
They could still tell you what they wanted to eat, and they could still tell you where they wanted to go. And that's, to me, that's supportive decision making. So if they had all their estate, I don't know about her trusts and her directives, but if she had things in place, the court should follow her directives. That's her estate. She should decide who she wants to take care of her if she needs help, and to take care of her finances. And the court should not be involved in our private lives. That's
Right.
where
I agree.
I have a problem with that. And they shouldn't come in and tell us how to take care of our loved ones. They're strangers.
Yeah.
Families need to figure it out on their own and do what's in the best interest of their loved one. And I
I
know
agree.
we had a family battle, and all I could think of was, do they understand the damage that they're doing long term? But the greed factor was so strong that that was the driving force, was the greed factor. And when you're dealing with people who are jealous and greedy,
Mm-hmm.
there's no reasoning with them. They're trying to get what they want. And at the end of the day, the court ordered here in our case that the petitioners were that basically vexatious, and that there
Mm-hmm.
was no foundation or evidence, and the case should have only lasted a maximum of 6 weeks. We were in court 8 years in Arizona
Wow.
and 13 years in California. There's no excuse for that.
No, there is not.
No.
That this is crazy. And you're still in those situations.
I am right now, the case in California, the trustees have resigned, and they should have been indicted, and they should be in prison along with their attorneys. And so right now I have a malpractice lawsuit against my former attorney. Just the egregious things that they do to cover their own behind when they screw up.
Right.
And what they've done to my son, to me, is unforgivable. And I would like to see them all. I would. They all should go to jail. There's no doubt in my mind. So it seems to be, it's very, it's condoned. It's just condoned. Theft is condoned by the court. And lying. These attorneys go in, and every time they open their mouth, they're lying.
Yeah.
But we're supposed to tell the truth. Oh my gosh. Our attorneys are like, oh, you have to prove that what they're saying isn't true. I said, no, they're saying it. They're lying. They need to prove, where's their evidence? That's how this really works. They provide the
Yeah.
evidence. We don't have to prove we're innocent or we haven't done what they're accusing us of. I was like, have you read the law? It's like, where did you go to law school? It's been a very intense education, and they just destroy families. That's all I can say. And they go home to their little sanctuary and their families and don't think a thing about what they've done to other people that day or in the past.
I can't even.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine that. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I mean, I don't even think I'd be alive. I just couldn't do that. And I don't understand how anybody could.
No, I asked the judge, I said, how do you sleep at night knowing that you've taken someone's freedom without due process, and their homes, they go to your home and they physically take you out of your home and take you to a hospital or a facility where you're drugged, and then you can't fight back, and then your family tries to fight back, and then they're not allowed to see you.
No phones.
No
nothing.
phones. You're right. I'm just, they're terrorists. This isn't even this isn't American. This isn't, uh, how are we treating other human beings this way? I don't
How did
understand.
it get this to this place? You know,
It got to this place because the legislators turned over control of the courts to the
to the
state
Supreme
Supreme
Court.
Courts.
Yeah.
And the state Supreme Courts go, oh boy, now we can do anything we want and get by with it. Nobody will ever know. We'll just police ourselves and make our own laws as we go along, and that's what they've allowed them to do.
And
And
now it's a business, and now more and more people are finding out about it. And
right, right. Yeah, I've
it's
got
going
some.
to take a lot to make a change and stop them and bring them down.
Well, I had a one victim that he's an ex Intel executive, and he came up
Wow.
to me 3.5 years ago at the legislature, and he was so distraught, and he said, how does this happen to me? I'm a former Intel executive, and I'm listening to him and watching him, you know, get upset, and he's all over the place, upset and distraught. And then I just looked at him and I said, you know, I ask myself that question every day. How do these people get by with doing what they're doing to me and my family? And we are able to fight back, thank God. But how many families can't fight back? And they don't they don't know um, who to go to. They get these crooked attorneys, and it's just a nightmare. And they wonder why. I've heard so many judges and attorneys are, they're bullies. Some
Yeah.
of these attorneys are bullies, and they'll say to the family members, oh, you're just so emotional, you need to get control of your emotions. And
Right.
I just have, anytime I get the opportunity, I butt in and say, well, how would you be reacting if your mother was just taken and put into a facility and drugged without any due process, and you weren't allowed to see her? How would you feel?
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
I,
So,
I, trust me, because when my mother was sick, there was an issue. And I was literally like, I was already fighting, and I literally had to fight with them over just them taking her blood test, because she had a UTI and
mhm.
she kept getting them. And she became like, you could hear her, she was a little confused and stuff. And I'm like, all right, Ma, you need to tell me, are you confused? Are you okay? Are you getting, and finally she'd start telling me. And I'm like, all right. And I would request these blood tests. And they said that she was a little more confused a couple of days later. I'm like, well, what was the results of the blood test? And they're like, what blood test? I'm like, what do you mean? You guys are supposed to take blood tests. And this was a Friday night, and they were supposed to do the blood work on Tuesday. And so I'm like, excuse me, you need to do this. So I was started flipping out, and they ended up doing it. And Sunday night, as soon as the results came, she was in the ER. Like, her numbers were astronomically high as far as like being, massive infection. And it got to the point where they gave her medication that she's allergic to, and she broke out in hives all over her, which turned into open wounds.
Oh no.
Open wounds. So they ended up having to treat her with 3rd-degree burns.
Oh my God. On top
Yeah,
of
it was.
everything else. That's horrible.
Yes.
Horrible.
Yes. So I know about being livid and losing my mind over them not taking care of her properly.
Right. I'm
this.
so glad she has you, and has you to fight for her, because I see so many parents, that are put into skilled care and assisted living, and then they graduate to memory care and things like that. And when I go to visit people, the first thing they say is, we're so glad to see you. Our kids never come. Oh, you just have to really get
Oh
control of
gosh, no.
yourself.
Yeah.
And when my parents, the doctors at Barrows here, said, you need to put your parents into memory care, I said, absolutely not. They have a beautiful
Yeah.
home. They're going to be at home in their little sanctuary, and I had caregivers rotating, 12-hour shifts, and I wanted them to be the same caregivers, so we had like 4 or 5 caregivers that were rotating. And I said, I want my parents, even when they don't know they're at home, because they would
Mhm.
call me and say, hey, can you come and take us home? So I
Right.
went through all that too.
Right.
I would, I said, even when they don't know they're at home, they want to go to their home and they get confused. I want
Yeah.
them, I'll just go over and walk them around and show them pictures and, talk
Yeah.
to them and then bring them back. And they would always tell me, we're so happy and thankful that we're at home.
Mhm.
And I knew I kept my parents years longer because they were at home.
Yeah. Well, I know we were trying to bring her home, and my mom ended up passing away from this
I'm
actual
sorry.
incident that happened.
Oh,
And thank you. But when I hear these stories now, I'm wondering because I remember because what happened was she needed rehab therapy, and so she was in a rehab like nursing home-ish type place. They called it a rehab. In her brain, it was a rehab. My mother didn't have any type of dementia or anything. She would get confusion when she got the UTIs, you know,
um,
and it was because she was in there that she kept getting them, and she wasn't getting them when she was home, you know. So they were supposed to take care of it, and la di da. That's what ended up happening. But when I look back as to like the not doing the blood work and the calls and just the things that were going on, I'm saying to myself, "Oh my God, was my mother in this?" Because
oh,
they were she was there for a certain amount of days, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, and she died in 2017. So I'm going back and I'm thinking she was in there for like 3 months. It was
oh
like
gosh. Wow.
yeah, so I'm like, hold up. Were they doing this to her? You know? And I
Right.
remember questions going over about insurance. And my mom was the type, you know, if her doctor said she needed a medication for a new thing, she believed them. She trusted the doctors she thought
Sure.
they were there to help her. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I wasn't there. I was over the phone. I wasn't physically there. Um, but it got to a point where I was coming, and I was literally on my way. And when I got there, I ended up going to a funeral. She waited. She
Oh
literally
no.
waited. Yeah, she literally waited for
Oh,
me. I wasn't told that was going to happen. I just said, "Tell her I'm on my way. I'm coming." And I drove rather than jumping on a plane. I had no idea that I was, going to walk away from that,
oh,
and the
I'm
way
sorry.
it did.
That's so horrible too to have
Yeah.
people.
So I'm wondering if she was in that because if they would have sent her to her own doctors,
Mhm.
she would have been fine.
Mhm.
And then and from where she was to go into the hospital, it's like they sent her to a further away hospital, and that hospital was a place you either go to die or you go to give birth. It wasn't the hospital, to really fix you. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Well,
Uh,
I have to tell you a little secret.
uh
My husband had, heart issues and everything, and
Thank you guys.
so
Thank you.
yeah, when my our one of our partners was his cardiologist, and
Mhm.
he so when he would have an issue, I always could look at him and tell if his blood pressure was high or something was wrong. And then I would just put him in the car and call or his cardiologist and tell him I'm on the way to the hospital with Bill. And he would say, oh no, call an ambulance. I said, no, by the time they get here and get him out and get him stable, no, I'm not losing
Yeah.
him. I'm taking him. So, so I would tell the doctors when we would get to a hospital where Dr. D wasn't admitted, I would tell the cardiologist, we have to call his cardiologist And they would say, oh, well, we're a cardiologist. I said, but you're not his cardiologist.
Exactly.
And his cardiologist is treating him with certain meds, and you're not giving him anything until you talk to his cardiologist.
Right.
And so I had, one hospital person was like, oh, I'm going to call security. And I said, go right ahead. Go right ahead, make your day, because I'm going to sue you. And then I'm taking my husband out of here. And they were like, oh, you can't take him. He's not stable. I said, he's going to die and I'm going to call his doctor. So I said, call your security people, and then I'm going to take care of you. And you're not going to threaten me. But I'm my husband's medical POA and his wife and his advocate. And you have no idea what's going on with my husband. So
Right.
when we got back in the back, I just went back there and I told the cardiologist, I said, you have to talk to his cardiologist. And I got Nabil on the phone, and he told him, he said, these are the only meds you can give him. And so we, together as a team, we took charge of his health care in other hospitals. And he was in one of the hospitals here locally, and one of the cardiologists came out and he said, I'm going to have to go in the cath lab. I have to do a procedure, da, da, da. I said, well, his cardiologist is on his way. And he said, who's his cardiologist? And I told him, and he goes, oh, I know Dr. Deeb. And I said, I know he's not admitted here, but he is going to go in that cath lab with you because that's his patient. And
Right.
he looked at me and he said,
Good for you.
let me know when he gets here. And so I was like, I'm not jeopardizing my husband's
Yeah.
life,
Yeah.
And most people would just go with the flow. And
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how my mom was, and that was the situation until I realized they didn't do that, that one test. And I'm thinking, why didn't you do that? I mean, overall, that's what landed her into the situation where she passed away. Now, all her medicines, like, 'cause she was allergic to, she had something that was wrong with her leg, right? So she's been on a lot of different antibiotics. And what they did was they gave her the one that she's allergic to. So it was written down. They should never have given it to her. And like, nobody knew. Like, the numbers were just astronomical. Let's just say if it was, you were only supposed to have 10,000, she had like 250,000. The numbers were crazy. And the fact that it took them so long to get those numbers, to get them tested, I was besides myself, and that's why I was actually going up there. I packed up everything and I was just driving up there. That was it. And
we have a rule in our family that if anybody isn't feeling well, then one of us goes with that person to urgent care or the doctor or the hospital, because
never
when
go
you're not
alone.
feeling well, you're not going to remember a lot
Right.
of things, and you're not going to remember what they say, and
Exactly.
you're
Yep.
not going to
Yep.
remember. I did that with my girlfriend. She had taken that semi-glutide and she had a bad reaction, and we were in Newport Beach, and I ended up rushing her to the hospital, and she didn't tell him she was I was waiting for her to tell him she was on the semi-glutide, because I do a lot of medical research and I know there were a lot of bad side effects from that.
Right.
And so she didn't tell him. So finally I was like, she's on the semi-glutide and other, other things. And I just think that she's having a bad reaction. What was actually happening was her heart was spasming from the semaglutide. And
wow.
I told the young cardiologist, I said, give her something to relax the heart muscle. And he looks at me and he goes, are you a doctor? I go, no. But I know enough about cardiology because I'm in the medical field with stem cells. I said,
Right.
I do know that if you don't relax that heart muscle, you can put her into a stroke. You have to give her something. And so here, my girlfriend looked at me and she goes, what the hell? You're in here telling the doctor what to do. And I said, I was really stressed, but I was trying to be calm for her.
Right.
And I wanted to like punch him. Like, do you understand? You have to do something, you know?
Right.
But the doctors are, I think one of the problems we have in the United States is, and I've seen it in the hospitals, is they hire these hospitalists and
Uh,
they come in from other countries and they're not licensed to practice medicine in that state. They work under a corporation, and that corporation places these doctors in these different hospitals. And when you ask them intelligent questions, they can't give you an answer because they're not educated enough. And it's really horrifying to me. That's why when my parents were in the hospital before they passed, and they passed 48 hours apart. I had a
wow.
private caregiver in with my father, and a private caregiver in with my mother. And our family was, everybody was going in and out of the rooms. But,
I'm so sorry. That 48 hours
horrible.
apart?
Hmm. To what?
40, 45 hours apart from each other?
48 hours apart. My dad passed first, and then my mom passed 48 hours afterwards. And
Wow.
I was, I
I'm
can't
so
even,
sorry. I can't even
oh,
imagine that.
it's awful. But, it was, like I said, my parents were the ultimate lovebirds, where my dad would tell everybody, I don't want to live 1 minute longer than my wife.
Aw.
And I was like, okay, he goes, we have a plan. I go, what's a plan? Well, I can't tell you. So this went on for years. So when
Hmm.
this happened, I realized, there was, I couldn't figure out why my mom passed, because she, like I said, she had a UTI again,
Hmm.
and there was no reason. And so it took me 9 months to get their medical records. And when I got her medical records, I saw that they had billed her Medicare and her insurance for 3 CAT scans that she never had. Never left the
Wow.
room, so you have to leave the room to go get a CAT scan. And there was no reason
Right.
for a CAT scan. And then they had given her 3. I had instructed them, do not give her a COVID shot. She has congestive heart failure, and she's healthy, but that will kill her. Do not give it to her. And they
Right.
gave her 3 of them.
Wow.
And so,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, I went to an attorney, and he said, they killed your mom. And I was, you go through the anger, and it's just, what do you do? He said, you've got a great
Yeah.
lawsuit, but it's not going to bring her back, and they're going to keep you in court for 3 to 5 years. And I said, look, my family's had enough court. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't do any more court, and I can't handle it, and it's not going to bring her back.
Yeah. I felt the same way because they said that we had a case with my mom too, malpractice.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, and you don't
I was
want
like,
it
what's
to happen
different?
to anyone else. I think
Yeah.
that's that I'm sure you feel the same way I do, is that we're thinking, okay, I don't want this to happen to anyone else,
Hmm.
and um, and yet it's happening to a lot of people. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't control what the hospitals do, but
And that makes me feel bad. But there was like 5 other people that had to agree to take him to court. And that's the other thing that didn't go through. So,
yeah, and see
because
that,
we all had to do it together.
right? You have to be
So,
united. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
That's the thing. And so I thought, I know what it is. Like I said, we keep up with all the research on all these different, COVID shots and vaccines and all this stuff. And I just wish people would do their research before they give their baby newborn these vaccines, because it's life changing if the baby reacts the wrong way. So
Yeah.
it's just, yeah. And I wonder, how did they get by with this? Okay, you and I couldn't just go and, sell drugs that cause autism and
Right.
heart attacks in children and all these things. So you
Yeah.
see how big and how huge that political power is, and it's all about the money. It all
Yep.
goes right back to the dollar sign.
Yep. It's
So
sad.
all we can
Very
do,
sad.
Lisa, is tell people to educate themselves and do their research and
Yep.
join with groups that can give them the support that they might need. Um,
Yep.
I have group emails where there's like 150 people on one email and
Mhm.
on a group, and people are always, they're like, okay, so what is Sherry going to do about this and that? I said, no, no, no. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
I'm not carrying the load for all these people. You're going to get,
Right.
and I organize and I do calls for action. So I'll tell people, call your legislators, do this, do that. And on my website, it's C4CCUSA.org. It's Citizens for Clean Courts USA.org. And
C4CCUSA.org. If someone could post that in the chat, that'd be great. C4CCUSA.org. And again, your podcast is Voices of Truth. But is it up already or you're working on it?
no, we're getting ready to launch. So I've
Okay.
been talking, getting my victims ready,
Mhm.
getting people ready to tell their stories. And
Mhm. Is this going to be on YouTube or?
it's going to be a lot of places. So
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna have a lot of exposure until they start trying to take us off. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
So we're
Thank you,
ready.
Mo.
Yeah, yeah.
Mo posted the link in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Sherry. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for staying on a little longer than you
Oh, I
planned.
wanted to hear you. And then you started talking about all this other stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, I did tell a lot of my friends to tune in. So,
Awesome.
but I would love to, you've got my contact information, but I have
Yes.
people that you would probably love to hear. The stories are all, the same abuses and violations, but the stories are different. So it's really, that's the interesting part, because every family's different, every story's different, but the abuses are the same. So it, it,
Yeah.
it is interesting, but thank you again very much.
Oh, thank you for coming on. I will definitely do that. And I think it's important, even if it's a similar story, it's important to hear these stories. Some will have different details or different parts and learn and people can relate to them too. And let this it's just more and more awareness and change has to happen. So again, thank you so much, Sherry. And
Okay.
I hope we can make a big impact
Oh,
here.
you
And
already are. So yeah, I think just keep it up, because people want information, and
thank you.
very informational. So protect your assets and protect your freedom. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Alrighty, hon. I'll talk to you soon. Thank
Okay.
you.
Bye.
All right, bye. Wow, guys. Wow. Thank you so much to Sherry. I will definitely be posting. There's some information. I put a little bit about Sherry in the description of tonight's show. I will be posting the link, and we could look forward to an upcoming podcast called Voices of Truth. So I'll be putting some of that information in the link, and I will make a post on the community board that you'll always be able to go back to. I know, to give you guys a little bit of insight into the guardianship awareness. I know I told you guys to watch that movie, I Care a Lot, and some of you have. Also, the Take Care of Maya documentary. But one thing that keeps popping up that people should go and see also is The Guardian. So that's another one you can go and watch. And that'll give you a lot. I haven't watched that yet. I still have to see that for myself. But I think this is a situation we all need to come together on and demand change. So that more info is definitely needed, and we will we'll bring it. Let's bring it. Let's do this. Strong. Not to change the subject, Gabe. Are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
I thought we may have just started into another sleep talking with Gabe. Wow, what a way to change the mood there. Georgia, thank you so much. Let me also see. I know that there was a super chat earlier, and I know
Super
Shellbell. A super chat.
Oh, they said a stupid chat.
No. Sassy sent a super chat also. Thank you so much. And Shellbell was on Kofi. I saw that too. Thank you again so much, guys. You guys are amazing. I sent Robbie a link. I don't know where he's at. I feel like I'm shouting. What? Are you awake? Oh, come on. We may have a sleep talking Gabe right now. Not sure. We might. Let's see where Robbie is. Let's see where he's at. Is Raw Dog still here? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Where are you at? Wow, what a great show. I liked Sherry. What a fighter, man. I love strong women. I love strong women. Gabe? He was just snoring. I think we may have a sleep talking Gabe. What movie did you request to watch? The Guardian. Gabe, the chicken is chasing you. Stacy, are you here? Where you at? You want to come on? I'll hang out for a little while longer. Oh, he's sleeping. He is sleeping. Hi, Marla. Hey, Tammy. Cat Lady. Chipmunks. I don't know. Lady Veteran. No, this is good content. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lady Veteran. Chick-chi, I see you. Mo, thank you so much. Let me see. Stacy, I'm reading the chat. Hello, hey everybody. Hello to those I didn't say hello to before. Yo, puppy 2 treats on camera. Yes, I do. He's out. I don't think Gabe's going on camera. Hey, shot lover. Hello, everyone. He's out. I need a what? What? I used to take care of women who would get UTIs and bladder infection due to suprapubic catheter, and UTIs and bladder infection mimic the symptoms of a stroke. Yes, they do. My mom was, when she had her UTI, she was very confused. And that's how I knew something was wrong. How people that were right in front of her didn't know something was wrong was beyond me. But that's why I was going up there. And what I walked into was not what I expected. So, hey, Jackie. Hello. Hide the keys. Yeah. Hey, Cindy. How are you? You okay, Gabe?
Mm-hmm.
What you doing?
Anyway,
You're just sitting there?
I
What?
did show go.
Good. Very good. Very informative. He's like, how'd your show go? I'm used to it. Lisa always ignores me. Shut up, John Caps.
You're like,
Uh-oh.
people like, you know, with plastic hair and stuff.
What? What are you talking about?
Like, when you following down through the screens and stuff, we got these people with strange looking things.
Okay, hold on. Following down through the screens. You have people with strange looking fins. What do you mean? Can you guys hear him? What is happening? Where is it? Hold on, I can't find it. There we go. I think we're on, guys. We're fishes. No, hey, Gabe, you want a jelly bean? That would be so bad to do right now. No, okay, never mind.
What kind?
What?
What kind?
What kind? Well, it's a surprise. You'd either get a smoothie, a strawberry banana smoothie, or a dead fish. And Luba's like, that's just messed up. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give it to him. Oh, you're bad.
Do
Oh, my batter. Okay, I'll put the batter up. There you
it.
go. What? What are you doing?
I'm fixing my hair.
Okay. All right. He's fixing his hair, guys. He hasn't done this in a while, right? Yeah, that's true. I'm watching him. He is fixing his hair. Bio break before this gets really good. No, I won't give him. I would never make him do that without him knowing what he's doing. You okay?
Yeah, I feel great.
You feel great? Okay.
What did you do tonight?
We went live with Sherry Lund about the guardianship with Leslie. Leslie was here too.
What time did you get off the live?
I'm still live right now.
Huh?
I'm still live right now.
Now?
Stacy's gonna come on.
You're live right now?
Yes. I'm being told to send Stacy a link, so let me send it to her right now. So it went to Robbie, but what are you doing? No. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Don't take those out. What are you doing? He's going through the storage stuff. He just put a football helmet on his head. Spade was timed out by Mo that called him a bad toddler. Phyllis said guardianship, but still took a jab at Jeremy, and his kid's not corrected. He's watched every live since August. Okay. I think that was really crappy. All right, let's see. Is that what happened? I do go pee occasionally. Just a little wiggle. Just a little wiggle. Hello, Don. No, I think he is. He just walked into the house. Gabe, what are you doing?
Going to bed.
Oh, he's going to bed. And maybe just a little trip. We'll see. Normally he'll come out more than once, so that might have been just it. We don't know yet. So, hey, Stacy.
Hey, how's it
How you
going?
doing? Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
Just waiting to see how Gabe's doing. Hey, Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver. I believe we can. What? How am I bad? What? I was teasing him. I would never do that. I would never give him one of those things. Never.
Hello, Dreamweaver. Hello, Cat Lady. Hello, Jared.
So, Stacey, what did you think about tonight's show so
I think
far?
it was interesting. That's why I wasn't really commenting or in too much. I was kind of just trying to listen.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it was definitely eye-opening. It'd be
Yeah.
interesting to hear more.
Yes,
sure.
absolutely. Well, we had it scheduled for, just an hour, and
But it's
Sherry
hard to
has so
cover
much
such
experience.
a big topic in just an hour.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
that's really understandable.
So I didn't want to overdo it because we had said like just an hour. So
Yeah.
by next time, maybe we can get more. Well, we will get more in depth because everybody's familiar with who she is.
Well, who's Felicia? We're
Yeah,
watching.
who is Felicia? But
Dodgy Robbie.
wow, the experiences she's
I
had.
don't know what you're talking about. Anyways,
I just can't believe she had. So not only did she have to go through that with her own children, but her parents as well. That's God. I
yeah.
couldn't even imagine that.
Yeah.
And she's still in it with the children. That's sad.
See, I
All these years later.
And anything like that up here, they don't want to touch you with a 10-foot pole. They just let you sink or swim, right?
Yeah. Why do you want to get in your number one? Well, you talk about the crowns in the chat. I still don't understand what that's for. It's like points or something, but I don't get why they're doing it.
It's just for fun, from what I understand. But I don't know how they're actually accumulating the points because it's supposed to be top chatter, but I don't know. I chat lots and I barely made it to the first one unless I'm the only one in chat. So
he was warned 3 times before the 10-second timeout. So what did Faye do? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a lot of the chat because I was.
And it was only 10 seconds. Like, come on, let's not get too butthurt. It's only 10 seconds. Come on back. You're fine. We know you. We love you. But when you're warned, you're warned.
Users can turn off the crowns. It's in this. Okay, so if you don't like the crowns, you can turn it off. It's in your settings. And guys, if someone's bothering you, you can always block them in the chat. Every time you type in the chat, it's 25 points. So is it just a thing like whoever has the most points? What happens to the person who has the top 3?
You just get a little icon by your name. That's it. It's just something for fun. It's something that, kind of like what Rumble does. You get these little icons beside your name or whatever.
I think it would be great for Mondays. It could be a great cleanser after Sunday Spawn Day, right?
Right. So true. So true.
Yeah, because we were gonna do, the legal mischief Mondays, but we're not gonna do that now. So he's a grown-ass man. He didn't say anything negative against Lisa.
Yes, Renee. We've had some rain, pretty much on and off all day, so it's helping a lot.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know what was going on in the chat. Towards the end of it, I was starting to look at people that were commenting and stuff. So I'm sorry if some people had questions that I missed from the beginning. You guys can always send me questions, and I'll always find the answers for you. Or I can use them, like if we're gonna do shows on Monday, we can always ask them that. I'll always save the questions to ask them. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wanted to go over the stuff with Robbie because everybody seems to be on Robbie's butt today,
right?
Which I think is hilarious considering. Now, by the way, the judge put an order out, and the order is the motion to quash service because the judge says it appears Robbie was trying to evade service based on the affidavits of the process service, right?
Right.
But what the judge did not. Right, what the judge did not see is the FOIAs and the dash cams, which I find hilarious that these people that are seeing them on the Minions pages are looking at them as if Robbie's in the wrong when in fact the PI person is lying. Right. Okay? If you watch the dash cams and you look at the affidavit of the PI guy, he's lying.
And look at how ignorant he was.
Yeah. And that's perjury. So, look, Robbie knows about the case, which that is true, right? So what Robbie filed, because we didn't go over it, it was just kept getting late all the time. What Robbie filed was a motion to quash service because he believes he wasn't legally served. Or, in the alternative, a motion to extend time. So basically, it was like, if you're not going to quash this, give me, 30 days extension, which you're entitled to get anyway. So what the judge did was he denied the motion to quash service because he believes he was served because they made it look like he was evading. Which I can tell you right now, the FOIAs and the dash cam is going to go before the judge. So now he's got 30 days to do like a motion to dismiss or whatever he feels like he's going to do. So he extended the time. He granted that. So it was denied and granted at the same time. So that's what happened there. Just to be blunt, I'm pretty sure like someone like Meg or Tug probably made it half their show. But it's pretty simple, guys. That's the judge's order today. But I wanted to go over the actual. I'm going to do what, but I can't. I feel bad if I do it without Robbie being here. So, they're attacking his daughter now, saying she lied. No, she didn't lie. She never took those papers, and she never brought them in the property. What she did while the cop was there was she cut them off the gate. That's it. She cut.
They said by her doing that because that's her touching them. That's saying that they're served.
No. But here's the thing, okay? They made a big issue about the cop. I don't know who they're saying said this.
Lisa.
What?
Anyone that's attacking anyone in chat can just stop right now because I'm friggin' over it. Victoria's not doing anything wrong, so please leave her alone. She has a right to speak. Spade had a right to speak. It was a negative against Lisa from what I'm reading. And Spade did offer to come and do the barn. Remember that?
Yes.
He was not asking for anything. He said he would come and just get it done. So
why are we talking about the barn right now? Like,
drop it. I'm asking you guys nicely to please drop it.
Yeah, the girl that's Robbie's daughter. And what she did was she took it off with a police officer standing there. Okay? She took it off, the papers fell to the ground, and that's exactly where those papers stayed. She didn't pick them up, take them in, bring them into the property like the PI said she did. That's a lie. He lied there. Okay? And then somebody somewhere within the police report, they highlighted something about them mentioning the car from the night before, right? But did they show you the report from the night before, the day before, or the 911 call regarding the night before? There was a suspicious vehicle outside Robbie's property. And the cop is saying it's a car from the night before. The cop is saying that, okay? The suspicious vehicle was the PI. The PI was outside their property, and it was suspicious. Robbie's wife went up to him and said, "Are you, something like, are you here? What are you here for?" And he goes, "It's none of your business. I'm on a job. Call the sheriff." So she did. And there's a 911 call of her explaining exactly that. And the cops were sent out there. So the cop had said it's the same vehicle from yesterday. That guy never said to anybody that he was a PI or looking for Robbie Kesey. But here's the thing is, that was his wife. All he had to do was hand her the papers and Robbie would have been legally served. Right then and there. Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he hand her those papers?
Yeah, if the cops are right there, why couldn't he be with the cops and
Yeah.
Or why couldn't he have the cops come and assist him instead of him just stalking the property?
He wanted to get Robbie on video.
Well,
now, and here's another thing.
A good way to do it.
Here's the other thing he said in his affidavit, that Robbie looked him in the eye. They looked at each other eye to eye, right? First of all, Robbie's truck is a truck, right? It's huge. It's, it's up. And this guy was in a shorter car. How is he supposed to look at him eye to eye? Second, the car had blacked out windows. Robbie has blacked out windows. Okay? Now, if he saw him eye to eye, why was the PI asking the cop who was in the truck if he saw Robbie?
Right.
Why was he asking him? But if you compare the cops, the dash cam, everything, if you compare all that to what he wrote in his affidavit, he's lying and he perjured himself. And they're trying to say that Robbie and his daughter lied. No. Between the dash cam footage and what the PI said, he's lying. And the other thing I want to know is, hang on, I got to find this image and then I'll show you, because this was quite shocking to me. Where is it? Where is it? This must be it. Let me see. Yeah, okay. This is it. I want to show an image right here.
Okay.
This was sent to me. Let's zoom in on this.
Appreciate it. We love you all. We don't want to see no one fighting in chat, okay?
Let's just take a look, see. There you go. You see this?
Victoria, please.
This.
Relax. Yeah, we see that. You don't have to unsub, and no one should be attacking anyone.
What is going on? I'm trying to look at the. See, the thing is, right now, me looking at the chat, half the stuff is gone, so I can't even look at it.
Yeah, I looked at it, and she was just trying to defend Spade, but we're all grown people. Let's go. Come on.
All right, so this here.
Opinions.
I wonder if you flash that gun. He is sitting right there at any stage. It's right there, handle in a position to be picked up quickly. Dangerous man. This is the guy. Okay, this is from when he was following Robbie.
Thank you, Mo.
Okay? This guy's in a car. Robbie's in a higher truck. He's saying he looked at him eye to eye. They both have tinted windows. Okay? But this guy, what is that? Why does he have a gun sitting right next to him as he's following Robbie? What the fuck is that? Excuse my language.
Right.
What? Are you kidding me right now?
Like a gun. Yeah.
And this yellow thing you see, it's actually circled. It's highlighted. It's not like on there. But yeah, right there so he can grab it. What is that?
I'm trying to picture, but it's kind of... It does look like a gun, but are we 100% sure? Like, I don't know.
Why? Yeah, but why is it right next to him like that as he's following someone?
Yeah, it shouldn't be
in a
on
car.
It shouldn't be on his seat like that.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand.
I don't know what
and this
the
guy
Florida
is an
laws are
ex-cop.
in Florida.
But to me, that's really irritating to see that. Exactly. Why such easy? Why isn't it on a holster? Why isn't it in the glove compartment? Why is it sitting right there on the seat? You know? He's following him in a car. You know? Why, if he was eye to eye with Robbie and he's waving him down with papers? Do you see papers on that seat, by the way? Is that papers underneath there? Hold on.
I don't know.
It doesn't look like paperwork.
Looks like a piece of cloth
Bag or something. Yeah. It doesn't look like paperwork. Which, if you're serving someone and waving papers out of your window, you would think the papers would be right here. No? On the seat next to you. right? No, instead there's a gun. Okay. So that to me is quite irritating to see. But this guy lied.
Like a
He
notebook.
said he met Robbie. Yeah, he said he saw Robbie eye to eye, and that's absolutely not true. Because if he did, he would not have asked the cop who was in the truck. Dog
I
says
don't know,
actually that's
probably
against the
Ryan.
law in Florida.
Good question.
How do the cops not see that? I don't know. They might have. He told me he had a gun, and they saw he was a PI. So, still. Well, sorry, you're right. Pew pew, sorry. I don't deal with a lot, so. Randall hires shady people. But listen, he likes
It
the
does look
shadiness
like it
of
was
it.
covered, but that's kind of sneaky to be. Why would you cover it on your front seat?
Why is it in a holster? Did he need easy access because he's sitting down? He can't grab it. What was he gonna do? Was he gonna to stop Robbie from driving? Was he gonna blow out a tire? What was he gonna do? You know, or worse? There was no there's no reason for that gun to be right next to him like that in the seat. And I don't see any papers that he's supposed to be waving at Robbie. Sorry, maybe they're on the dashboard and I just can't see them in this picture. I wasn't looking that closely when I watched it myself.
He did.
He
run
did.
the-
He ran a stop sign. What did Jeremy tell him? Who knows? I guarantee you, Jeremy said he'd probably help. If you can get him on video, I'll give you more money. Guaranteed. There's not a doubt in my mind. Because why on earth are you going to avoid the wife? You gave it to the daughter because you had no more time left. He had no more time left. Robbie had to be served before the 16th. That night, the night of the 15th, the night before, he had to say something to that court. They did that. He did everything he could to get Robbie on film. That's why he didn't give it to his wife. This arrogant ass thought he would get Robbie. He lied to the court saying what time Robbie got home. Robbie got home and left. Like very shortly. All he did was pick up Zeke. So will the photo be going to the police? Yes, it will, along with his affidavit and the dash cam to show that this guy lied in court.
Don't know,
Perjured
Bearded.
himself. There
We're
you
not
go.
hard to know.
He absolutely perjured himself. And he said that that his daughter walked into the property with the papers. She clearly did not. It was taped on the gate at Robbie's. And that is not service. But what the judge says here in the order, hold on, let me get it. It appears that defendant Kesey has attempted to evade service. The affidavits of disinterested process servers confirm at least 5 attempts to serve process in May and June of 2025. Look, all I'm going to tell you guys is this. Going to Robbie's place and trying to get in the gate is not going to happen. He's got class 1 animals there. You cannot get in there to knock on his door. Okay, that's it. And the only way you can get in is to call him. I mean, even FedEx and UPS, they'll work whatever, or sometimes they just leave packages there. But the papers were never left there before. Okay, so her process server going to his property, fully knowing he can't get in the gate, which Jeremy knows. Jeremy knows nobody can get in that gate. Okay, so saying you went there 5 times and making the judge think that you went there asking for him, and no. That's why she went to the flea market. She went to the flea market the first time. She got him. Are you Robert Kesey? He says yes. And he knew he was going to get served with the subpoena then, too. He didn't fight them. He didn't argue. But you know what? Robbie's not going to fucking go somewhere on purpose to be served. Robbie's going about his life. If you come up to him and you say, hey, are you Robbie? He'll say, yeah. If this guy would have walked up to him and say, are you Robbie? He'll say, yeah, instead of following him like that. You know what I mean? You don't just get to do that. He didn't have a sign on his car saying, hey, I'm looking for you. I'm a process server. There was no papers there. He's not waving them down with papers like he said he was. And he wouldn't have asked who was in the truck if he came eye to eye with Robbie. So the court is going to see this, and I believe he's going to see, some cops himself. I mean, he's not afraid of cops. He was a cop. You know what I mean? But the attempts to be served on Robbie is bullshit. They're trying to say they went to his house 5 times. Yeah, that doesn't work like that. Not at Robbie's house, and they know that. So if anything, it's just going to show the judge that he wasn't evading it at all. But Robbie does know about the case, so that part of it is true. And he has, he's just going to file a motion to dismiss. So, I mean, that's what everybody's doing, right? So that's probably what he's doing. But I'm quite sure something's going to happen with this PI with complaints. There's already complaints. But I think the perjury thing is going to the police because the footage and what he said in his affidavit is absolutely a lie. And thank you to the police, there's footage to go for it. So you guys want to talk trash, let the Megans and the Tugs speculate on what they clearly see themselves because they see the same thing I do. Well, I guess we'll just see, won't we?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. But everybody's being held accountable, and so are these PIs. Well, there's one. Why didn't he just hand it to his wife? Do you think his wife is going to not take the paperwork? I mean, y'all know where she works.
Personally, if I drove up to a gate and I seen something taped to it, I would be wondering what the hell it was too. Right. Especially after my dad was just basically chased down.
Lisa's eating? No, I'm not.
Lisa can eat anything she wants.
I can eat whatever I want.
Chew louder. No, just kidding.
If I was eating something, I would. I'm not eating anything.
It's against their policy to
taking a drink.
What's against the policy, Dawn? Sorry. I missed that. Yeah, and a strange car sitting there, so I wouldn't have felt safe getting out of my vehicle neither.
The daughter, yeah. And they were on her property. I mean, he was on their property. So Michelle pulling out of her driveway, seeing a suspicious vehicle, asking him what he's there for. Why didn't he give her the papers?
Right, Lady Bettman?
He tells her to mind her own business. What?
You never know what some people crazies are doing these days.
Right. They've never pulled up. I mean, this is a big white thing. Honestly, it looked like it could have been a kilo or more of cocaine. To the mess. You're pulling up. It's completely dark. Who knows? Hi, Ray W.
Well, you just don't know, right? And that's all that's not knowing. And anyone, I think, would be suspicious when they pull up to their gate and see something taped to it like that. Would they even want to touch it? Whether it be anything, a substance or a bomb, an explosive.
Yeah, but this is really irritating to me. Guy just has like a cocky face, lying ass. I do need a minute. So Stacey, you got this? I'm not going to play my wiggle song, but y'all know what I'm doing. I'll be right back.
Yeah, some cops, it's not so much if they turn the mic off, they will edit the sound for confidentiality purposes when it's being sent out as a FOIA request. It's for confidentiality purposes. And we don't know. You're not in a vehicle to hear it. You're not in a member's ear to hear what he's dealing with. Maybe it didn't even have to do with the case that he's on right now. They deal with multiple cases at a time. So they are always juggling balls and stuff. So exactly, they have to redact the names and addresses. And a lot of times they will redact supervisors too. Oh, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Silver. Oh man, it was a long live, but we got shit done. We got to hang out and just chit chat. Yeah, I'm a little tired. Stayed up way past my bedtime, but it was fun. It was good.
The other thing is, too, guys, when it comes to him muting his mic, are you sure he actually muted it? Because when it comes to information and private information, like when they call in someone and information is being fed back and forth, before they send out the dash cam footage, they will redact it.
Right. And that's
or
what
they'll
I'm
mute it.
explaining. Yeah.
So
And like I
whatever
said
was
again-
being said is probably still there, except the public can't hear it. So
He stayed awake a long time, dozed off, and woke up again.
oh,
We're
Cece
both-
was up late last night.
Well, more like early this morning, more like afternoon.
Afternoon.
Oh my god.
Guys, I woke up this morning and ended up on her live backstage.
I should have
And
just
that was-
let you guys chat and go to sleep, but I wanted to hear and be part. So
I felt bad. I'm like, because we would say we're gonna go, and then like
we've been
we
doing
just
that
kept
all last
talking.
night. We
Yeah.
were doing that all last night a few times. Like I had this whole thing shut down, and I'm like, oh, I'll finish the other 4 or the other 2 calls.
Yeah. Wow, I'm so glad. Now I'm glad that Monday nights we'll do that. We'll bring people. I'll speak to Sherry, and I'm glad about that. That's cool. We can
Yeah.
hear more people's stories. It's really important to hear.
Yeah, it is.
I fell asleep, woke up to see I missed all the fun. Well, it's funny because I woke up and I see that Stacy had like just gotten off like an hour ago. I'm like, oh my gosh, she stayed up that late. And I clicked the link and they're still there. I'm like, no way. I was like, I can't believe it. And then we were on till what? 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, guys, I need to get sleep.
All right, admit it. Did you fall asleep a few times?
Probably dozed off a couple of times there. Yeah. I don't know if it was me snoring or not. I put my head down just to rest my eyes because my eyes were burning, and I'm waking up.
Mhm.
I can still hear everyone in the background and stuff. I'm like, I wonder if they noticed.
Glad y'all were on because I couldn't sleep either.
Wow.
Wow.
That's good. See, sometimes those late night streams are good, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't never
It's pretty
feel obligated
informative.
to stick around and hang out, like by any means. I don't want to have everyone sleep wrecked just because I can't sleep.
Yes, Gabe is sleeping. I did. I just checked on him.
Party
Totally
pooper.
sleeping. Party pooper. Stacy tried staying up.
You wanted to go 24 hours. Well, we can do a 24-hour stream, but you guys are probably going to have to do some donations for that one. Just saying.
Did not tell you when I left to stay on all night. You need.
I don't know. I probably did.
I would
Lisa,
like you
know her or
to do an hour of Gabe and Lisa just chatting, but Gabe needs what? Gabe needs his own mic and headphones. Yes, we do have that for him, but he doesn't use it.
Well, he needs to start using it.
No, he put it down. In the storage unit, there was a football helmet and shoulder pads, but
Yeah.
it's for like a young teen, you know.
Okay,
And I
so-
had it like to the side and I see him pulling because I pulled stuff. I put stuff in the helmet because I was gonna try and find whoever this was and give it back to him with a couple of other things. So he's pulling everything out of the helmet, and I'm like, no, what are you doing? I'm like, oh no, what's he doing? And he puts it on his head, and I'm like, you all right? He's like, yeah. I'm like,
OG
you're so
grandma,
weird.
yes, you did tell me that. Sorry. I was never one to take
Hey,
orders.
Jennifer W. The beggar is here. Oh my goodness. So the latest on Kimmy, in case y'all don't know, I spoke to an officer last night
Ridiculous.
who clearly Kimmy tried to say that I was using her son online and cyberbullying him. And I'm like, yeah, no. But they went and they saw the column up thing. You're not threatening her or anything. I said, no, I'm not threatening her. I said, I know her, and that's my truth. I said, but I can tell you what started it. Her, and she had her son go online and lie about me. So I proved her to be the liar. And whether her son knows she's lying to him or not, that's not my problem. I said, but she went online and she lied about me, and that's my response to it.
And
Yeah,
she
they're like,
had
yeah.
her son sign that petition
Yep.
publicly. His name was
Yep.
hers wasn't. She hid
Yep.
her name. But his name
she
was
hid her
public.
name, but put his out there.
And then did a video even. So she's the one that put him in the public and put him
And made him lie. She knows she's lying. He doesn't know he's lying, but she made him lie.
Yes, the cops contacted her, Don.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did. And there's nothing wrong with it. And the cops told they can't do anything. Duh. Because I didn't do it. I'm not doing anything wrong.
And guys, this is not anything against the child. The child shouldn't even be involved in any of this. Kimmy, the mom.
Yeah, the petition is still up. But here's the thing.
The child in.
The petition, all the names, we got all the names, and we're getting all the names to sign up. That's fine. It's all Facebook people.
Yeah.
It's all Facebook people.
People that
And
don't
it started-
know and not been in
Yeah,
the
people like Kimmy. And so we have all kinds of evidence against practically half the people that are signing up. So that entire petition is going to get squashed. So, and it doesn't matter because I have proof of everything I've done, which shows that entire petition to be false. And as a matter of fact, we are going to make a video about it. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to squash that. That petition, they could get 1,000. Nothing happens until you get thousands of signatures on that anyway. And they're not going to get that many. But that's fine. Whatever. They're lying. My name's not even right on the damn thing. Kimmy's already lying by putting her recording out there. And she had her son do it. Look, I'll show you right here. Hold on. In case people didn't see it. Let's see. Where are these? All of these things that I sent our money. Let's see which one. I'll put that up there. This one says get gas, just cause. Shout out for card payment. Oh, look, we'll show this one. We'll show this one because this one has both of them in there.
Rosie just showed up.
Hey, Rosie. Let's get rid of the irritating image.
You're good, Rosie. Go get some rest, girl. Don't stress yourself out. Love your face.
All right.
Too.
So let's see. Where'd it go?
Here's receipts, people. Hello.
Yeah, you want receipts? Here's receipts.
You want to see receipts? This is receipts that she gave money to Kimmy.
Well, the one receipt is she has her son saying that I never gave super chats to him or whatever, right? This is from Cash App, okay? Because Kimmy at the time only had Cash App. All right. So see this right here? Can you see where my mouse is? Oh, let me zoom in on it here. Whoa, there we go. You can tell that's Kimmy. You know, she does her hair up and everything, but she doesn't show anything else. Whatever. Anyway, Eric from Patty. Y'all know who Patty is? Patty's actually Els. Okay, Patty sent a super chat. Boom, $20. There you go.
Oh, really?
Eric from Patty. That's her son. Kimmy's son is Eric.
Yeah.
Okay. She put his full name out there on the petition, and he recorded. And if you listen to the recording, he's pausing, and he's pausing because she's telling him what to say. Okay. But she was sent money, and there's more from her. This one here, like, look, all this money. This here, she lied. Okay, she told people that Shadow sent me $100 to send to Kimmy for car parts because Shadow only had PayPal. She didn't have Cash App. Okay, so she sent it to me in PayPal, and I then sent that to Kimmy. And it says Shadow for car parts. You can't see the rest of it, but that's what it is. Car parts. 2 years later, I'm being told that I never sent this. Kimmy started telling people that. She told Shadow that I never sent it to her. I'm like, what? And I pulled this up and I said, oh, thank God it's there. I said, look, because I usually say what it's for when I send it. Okay? And I was able to prove her to lie there. But this is a super chat. There's other ones. Super chats. Okay? There's other stuff. There's so many more. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So many more. But I'm not, there's more that you didn't see on there. But the point is, her son, she got her son to fucking lie, man. Her son thinks that I never sent her mother the super chat. Okay? And she's lying. Now, why she didn't give him the money this entire time, I don't know. She should have just handed over because there was more. So there's like $50 or something. She should have just gave him $50 within the past 2 years. Right? She could have said it's for whatever she bought him. Now, I can see a kid thinking, oh my God, I got $50 coming to me. I could go play on Roblox because the kid was always on his iPad. I don't know if he is now, but he was at that time. She could have just, like throughout the years, just say, oh, well, she gave it. No, instead, she's telling her son she never got it. For him to say what he said 2 days ago on a recording, he thinks that I never sent it to her.
Right.
Now, she's a known drug addict. Okay, she was doing drugs at the time. She was clearly admitting to it. She told me that she's got these guys. I mean, we were backstage just like we were with you, Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
Me, Kendra, Mr. Wilson, and she's literally got a dealer coming to her house. She's dropping a rope out her window, and he's filling a bag up, and she's pulling it up into the window.
Looking insane.
She's clearly leaving 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to go to hotels. She was begging for the money for me to send it to her when we got off the live. And I would make her wait till the next day, hoping she's not going to go use drugs that night. Sometimes I made her wait till the next day. Okay. Once I realized what she was doing. But my point is, 2 days ago, she got her son to do a recording saying he never got it. She knows it's a lie, and she didn't care. She used her son to try and do something against me 2 days ago. And here you are. I'm telling you right now, she's a freaking liar.
2 years later? Yeah.
2 years, 3 years. But this is January of 2023. I got rid of her ass in February of 2023.
Yeah.
Okay. But this was then. Yeah. Okay. There's other times that I sent her money for him. There's money for just gas, just cause, just say so. There's one where she asked me for money for cigarettes. The first time she did it, okay, I sent it to her. She sent it back to me the next day. Okay, so of course, since she sent it back, if she ever needed it again, I'll give it to her. And I did. But she never paid me back after that. You know what I mean? She paid me back like once, maybe twice. Yeah.
Probably never.
But I didn't care. It was $11.
Thank you, Monica.
Yeah. I didn't care though. It was $11. You know what I mean? I'm not going to piss and moan about $11. I just spent $8,000 on her coming here for a trip. You know what I mean? You think I'm going to freak out over $10, $20, whatever it might be? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, Kimmy, for you to sit there, she knows that I don't need anybody's money like that. I don't. Yeah. And she knows that. So for her to sit there and try and say any of this bullshit, it cracks me up. But what pisses me off the most is as much as she used her son to grift off people back then and make them feel sorry for her and her son, because people saw her nodding out. She denied it, but they watched her. They saw her. They knew she was on drugs. If it wasn't for her mother being there, I'm pretty sure there would have been a hell of a lot of
And if
CPS
you
calls.
guys notice these names, they're all names that are still in our groups.
Yeah. Yep.
Just FYI.
These groups, everybody that's part of this community that was here at the time knows all about Kimmy the Mod. So what's gone on is I called her out on all her bullshit, all the lies she's told about everybody, everything, and she's been like kind of secluded, right? She's hiding in these chats under different names for sure. But you know, and now because oh, Lisa's got Hales and all these people against her. Now I found people that will hate her with me. But the thing is, now she's gonna lie. Supposedly she's being asked to go on these shows. I hope to God she does, because the second she lies, I got her. The second she lies, she says one fucking thing. Yeah. The second she lies. Now, she doesn't realize who I've talked to, that she spoke to, and the things that they've said that is actually on recording. Okay? She has no idea, but I have it all. I have it all. So the second she starts, yeah, you can go on lives, you can do whatever you want, but the second you lie, and she's maliciously doing it at this point, right? To defame me. Those recordings were maliciously defaming me. Hers and her son's. Okay? So she goes on any of these shows that supposedly they're calling her and asking her to go on. Like, she's been in that Pam Carson's Otter Creek group, and she's talking away. She's flapping her gums. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready. I have it all. I have all the screenshots. So go ahead, Kimmy. I gotcha. I gotcha.
Good night,
and if you think I'm going to let you get away with it again, you're so wrong. I didn't let you get away with it the first time, and I'm not going to let you get away with it now. Hell no. You want to step into this fucking Jeremy bullshit with all this conspiracy and minions and all that? You go right ahead, because I'm glad to add you to the party.
We know
no
how
problem.
Jeremy loves his drug users.
What?
Jeremy seems to like the drug users, doesn't he? He likes to call them out.
Isn't that amazing?
You gonna
yeah,
call
and they
out on her shit? Probably not.
Yeah,
he's gonna help him.
Yeah.
Hello, Megan.
She couldn't even last on their show that long without nodding out, and you know it. And tell her to put her face on there.
We've heard her on lives.
Yeah, put her face on there and make her stay on live without yawning, nodding out, or looking like she's gonna pass out. Put her face on there for the amount of time you're alive, and make sure she doesn't turn it off. Or you're gonna have to get her when she first wakes up.
Close my eyes.
Because otherwise, this bitch nods out constantly. Well, let Jeremy call upon her, though. Let her call it. She's one of the biggest drug addicts here. Look at her felony. See, Jeremy wants to say, I have a really long rap sheet, which doesn't exist. Look at hers.
Are they going to vet her? Let's see them vet her properly.
They should vet her. They should vet her.
Well, they want to back her. We'll vet her. And you'll see.
Guys, I made a wellness check on her.
Well, when you're worried about a friend, you're going to do that.
Yeah, I did. I sent police to her house to make sure she was okay. Look, I loved her son. I would never do anything to hurt that kid. Ever.
Hello,
ever.
Jack.
I witnessed what he witnesses. I would never do anything to hurt that child. I told you guys, I'm all about children. You know? I'm all about making sure they're good, making sure they're happy.
Name being out there, she can blame herself because she's the one.
Yeah, she did it. Yep.
To this petition. He wouldn't have even known about that petition or anything if she didn't put him in that position.
Yeah.
She should.
So anyway, the cops saw right.
Left her son out of it, but no, she's using her son as clout.
Yeah.
So
the cops saw right through what she was doing, and trust me, the cops have been to her house numerous times. They know who she is. But the cop saw right through it before I even spoke to them. Her, it was a female cop, and she totally understood where I was coming from. She looked at the site, and she saw there was no threat. So it's like, no, I've never threatened her. If you think taking someone to court is a threat, then I've never done it. Now, Jeremy doing it is threat because he uses it as a threat. He's using it as a weapon. I'm letting her know you're defaming me maliciously. And I told us, this is my response to these recordings. I said, if you saw the site, you saw the first video, right? She goes, yeah. I'm like, well, that was Kimmy's voice. She goes, yeah, I know. I said, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So she's like, okay. And she's like, sometimes you could just sit back and let karma take its course. I said, you know what? I agree with you there. I said, this all started 2 years ago. I said, perhaps this right now is karma. And she laughed. So, I know.
It's craziness.
So then you got another guy, John Dwayne some, who's like this skinny old man who's threatening to come down to the court cases and beware. We need to beware of this guy. And I'm like, really? Really? And I need the dates. I need the Kimmy get in touch with me, blah, blah, blah. Well, I need the dates because he just could, admitted to this or that or whatever. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, first off, when Kimmy was here, Gabe wasn't involved in probation. He wasn't on probation. And when Kimmy was here, he didn't have a marijuana card yet. Take that and run with it. So if someone's asking you for dates, you're gonna lose. Okay? He wasn't on any of that. So you complaining to someone isn't gonna matter. But I can tell you what, they already know of what's going on. They know about Jeremy Hales. They know about him fighting with the neighbors across the street where we went and put a fence up. You know why? Because Gabe is right with his peeps that he's got to talk to. And when Gabe goes out, if it doesn't have anything to do with work and he goes out of the county, he's got to let them know. So when he was there volunteering to put that fence up and for Christmas, they knew where he was. And you know why? He made sure they knew, not just because he's on probation, but because Jeremy Hales is across the street. God forbid anything happened where Jeremy tried to do anything to my husband. It was known that he was there. My husband's not stupid.
Right, Sylvie?
So they're like trying to make all these threats. So here's the thing with the Facebook people. I'm going to go back to ignoring their dumbasses because they seem to like to get attention. Right? And they're getting it. So we're just going to go back to ignoring their dumbasses. Let them go over there and be dumb. And unless it has something to do with the, I guess the daily shit Jeremy flies and, well, it seems to get covered through Megan and Tug. We're just going to go back to doing that. I don't watch them, but, they always say shit. Like today which cracks me up that Megan's going to talk about somebody else's child. Right? Megan's talking about Robbie's daughter, correct? Yeah. She even did a thumbnail about it, correct?
Oh, well, the Grangers even put a little skit out today about how blue tape was blocking their way into a store or something. She was mimicking how it was hard to break the blue tape.
The Grangers? So you're mocking a 21-year-old girl who pulls up to a property where it's pitch black and sees something on a fence and doesn't know what the hell it is.
For people who never used to be ignorant like that, they sure had a turn of events, haven't they?
No, they're joining in to the whole bullshit. What Jeremy's narrative is, right? So my question is, Megan, the Grangers don't live here anymore. They need to stay relevant, so they're paying attention what's going on with Otter Creek. The Grangers have nothing to do with Robbie in this case, but they're going to jump on this story. They're following everything. They're attacking a 21-year-old now, somebody's daughter, when the cam actually shows shit. And they're making it look like it's something else. But you got Megan over here talking about somebody else's child. But God forbid you talk about hers. She jumps on a lawsuit thinking she's going to piggyback with Germ, bitching about college tuition, and it turns out it's not just one, it's two. She starts her live off the other day saying how, college tuition, I have to pay 2 college tuitions, I need breadsticks. That's how she started off her show. While she's suing someone who's already done a safe harbor letter, letting them know, I'm going to get lawyer's fees from your asses. And she's bitching about breadsticks for college tuition payments, 2 of them, that had to be paid in 2 days, she said, or something like that? So she's using her kids to grift off of her viewers, just like Tug, and literally going off on other people's children. But don't you dare say a word about hers. How is this not hypocrisy?
Right?
Germ is paying for a lawsuit. Okay.
Let him have
Okay.
it.
Did she say that? Because that would be total conspiracy, and I cannot wait to prove that in the federal 2 case. Because he's paying her shit, right?
Mm.
All of these people that he's got astrosurfing and literally hounding people and attacking people are in with him, and he's paying their way. His lawyer is their lawyers. Don't you see all this? The judge is going to see this. Trust that. And the conspiracy is on his shit. It's on his side, not this side. Not this side. And so, yeah, I mean, we could already prove it, and including people like Rosalind. And now this dumbass with the T or whatever her thing is, completely making a channel of hate against me. Trying to do what Shizzy does, reading letters created from AI. I don't think if you put Kimmy and her together, they could read a script properly. But either way, you know what? Let them have their fun. Unless it's relevant, which most of these people aren't, not even Megan and Tug. But they're the most outspoken. They're the 2 people right under Jeremy's hands. Unless it's about the case or something stupid relevant to the case that day, that relevant to his saga, I guess, the attack on whoever it may be for the day. There's no point. There's no point. There's really no point to even say anything except for what's in the case, But either way, the Facebook peeps can drop, and we'll see what they do, because everything they do is saved anyway. It's all part of the incited hate that Jeremy causes. And it's all being saved. I just don't need to talk about it because they're dumbasses. We can laugh about it. But these people are clueless. When you see them posting certain things, or they're on my comment section, and they're saying the most ridiculous thing, like even Kimmy's recording. Are you an idiot? Kimmy, how much of a fool are you? I can tell you right now, Kimmy isn't as dumb as she sounds, because she definitely sounds stupid, but she's not as dumb, okay? She knows damn well that evidence is already been shown, because she watches us like a hawk. Kimmy's the one person who actually is obsessed with me, and has been for years, okay? I don't get it. She needs to get over it. But for her to say the stuff that she's saying, she knows damn well that there's evidence. And she's lied about it. Yeah. Maybe that's why Jeremy pushes everyone he meets to start a YouTube channel. He wanted to build an army. Like, yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. Little you know that the coach roaches would come out of the woodwork. Telling you. He did. He pushed everybody to do a YouTube channel. To start one, he'd help them, build them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know his whole bartering, offers. He offered to teach people YouTube for $500. I know someone who actually took him up on it. So, I mean, I know how he's bartering with these people. It's crazy. And he throws money where he can to get what he wants done, but he sure as hell is cheap when it comes to anything else. Like a water bill. Anyway, good night, everyone. See you all the next time around. Been a long day. Good night, Oregon Grandma.
Good night, OG Grandma. And I'll try and take your advice next time. Sorry. She was telling me not to stay up all night. I'm like, I'll try not to.
Ow.
And I end up
yeah. I don't think you'd even make it tonight if you tried, right?
Never know.
Sounds like a pyramid scheme to me, right, Terry? Freaking crazy what's going on. There's so many branches to this. It's like, oh my God.
Right?
And I definitely want off this thing. Like, I even mentioned to Sherry, like, I don't know if you've seen some of the shows. I'm like, we're dealing with like a whole big saga over here. I definitely want to change it up a bit. And I'm so glad that this is, a topic, because it's something that's really important, especially to, the age demographic that we have watching our show, So, so I love the fact that we could possibly do something on Monday. So that would be great. Sorry, got to take a drink. It is so hot in here.
Oh, Stacy, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Aw.
There was also some other comment. What was that about? Me staying in the garage or something? Didn't I read that this morning? It was sent to me about me being in the garage all day or something.
I don't know, something like that. Yeah, they're ridiculous.
I was like,
Bearded said he sent
okay.
an email or something. I don't know what that's about.
Yours, right? Lisa has no shame starting her channel asking for bread tips because she said she's been working so hard to pay for college and due the next day. She has no shame. Is that what? Yeah, I don't know. I was actually told about it. It's like, wow, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. I want to take my clothes off. What's up, Kyle?
How's it going?
It is. It's definitely hot and it's humid. It's really humid, so making it worse. It's 80 degrees outside, and it's like hot in here. And I have a fan blowing directly on me, and an AC unit right behind that.
Oh,
And
wow.
I'm like sweating.
Need like a dehumidifier.
Way ahead of you, Kyle. How is your mom, Kyle? Yes, how is your mom, Kyle? I can say prayers are working, guys. If you keep them up for Kyle's mom as well as Ray's wife. Ray's wife had a better day today, so let's keep those prayers going. Keep them up. Prayers up, prayers up, prayers up. Let's see. Gosh, my phone is like almost dead. I keep leaving it in other rooms where I'm not at, and because I have the headphone thing on,
Right.
and it's just not working for me today. I had stuff everywhere. I'm so busy. Ongoing prayers for all I need. Yep. Dreamweaver. Mom is good. She was released and at her house now at 24-hour care. So thank you all for the prayers. Awesome, Kyle. Awesome. Keep your prayers going. Kyle's mom too. Do we know if he needs more food? I'm thinking I would like to add to it because he's back at the hospital. His family, I know his family is there again today. And I didn't ask him, so I'm not sure what's left. But I would like to add more to it anyway, because it definitely went down a lot. So, and we don't know how long he's going to be going back and forth to the hospital again. So, and what's really sad is he's got to, deal with court during all this too. That's like so sad to me. So, we'll see. I've been praying. Awesome. But yeah. Where's Tammy? There she is. That was Tammy that said that. I didn't really. Tammy's so cool. Tammy's sounds like she's 25 years old. She sounds so young. Lisa, are you vibrating? No, I'm not vibrating. Not yet, Kyle. Whoa, Georgie, thank you so much, hon.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kindness and support.
Absolutely. Kopi would probably be a good thing for that. Because that will get to him right away. Yeah.
If you wanted to get to him right away, yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to get to him right away, Kopi's a better way to do that. All I have to do is make a phone call and we just add it to it tomorrow. Or I'm sending I do want to find out though if he needs groceries because his wife has been laid up for a long time now, and I'm not sure if they've gone and gotten groceries. Maybe one of his kids did. We'll find out. But Kyle, Tailgate. I promise it'll be done tomorrow. That was the plan for earlier tonight anyway. Send the prayers for Kyle's mom and Ray's wife. Thank you so much. Awesome, guys. Yeah, Kofi goes to PayPal. You can just go to PayPal. But that's for him to get it right away. Because like I said, I just have to add it to what's there. But I want to check on groceries for his home. So I'll ask him that tomorrow. You guys can hold off because, I mean, if you do, that's fine. But I want to ask him what he really needs right now. I'm sure he's not expecting any more or anything like that too. So someone had emailed me the other day, and then you know who you are. I'm talking about maybe flowers for his wife because they're uplifting, Yeah. So someone talked about that, and I had not mentioned it because I knew Ray had come on, and he was on late that there was some issue, and now she is back in the hospital. So yeah. So I definitely want to talk to him first and see what it is he needs. Gas going back and forth to the hospital because the hospital is like 20 minutes away. Like when I say he doesn't live in a rural, he's 20 to 30 minutes away from the main strip of the hospital, the restaurants, Walmart, whatever it is. I know Jeremy tried to say there's a post office right down the road. Yeah, well, when you've got a whole bunch of shit going on in your head, the last thing he's worried about really is your court case. You're not that important, Jeremy. So if someone can print something and mail it for him, that made it a lot easier. He didn't have to worry about it. That's what people do for each other. That's what friends do.
Exactly.
And you know what? You don't even have to be someone's like great family friend or something like that to do that. I'm pretty sure if Mo or Flutter or someone said to Ray, hey, you know what, Ray, I can print that out and mail that for you, no problem. Why? Because he's concerned about his wife. They would have done it.
Reaver sent you an email.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Deborah.
So anyway, guys, if you didn't hear, I'm not sure if I said it on your channel or if I said it on mine the other night, but I did receive that letter from the bar, and Jeremy literally complained about me sending mail and tried to prove it to the bar that
wow,
to the bar that I mailed Ray's thing and that I said I was a paralegal.
You never said that.
I'm a lawyer. That I said I was a paralegal, and he put quotes on it, and then he's highlighted here. Let me pull it out.
You said you could be if you wanted to.
I said something about a paralegal or a law clerk.
Yeah.
But I never said I was.
You weren't claiming to be one. You just said you could be.
Yeah. Well, this is the other thing. He highlights this part, and I'm saying to myself, you're a dumbass. Why would you highlight this? But he highlighted it. And where is it? It's on the back. They sent this to me back to back. Okay.
They just try and grab any little thing to have a gotcha, and they don't even have their info.
And I remember this too. It was in the chat. Someone said, Lisa, why was Ray's motion mailed from the Villages, Florida, when we know Ray does not live there? I said, yeah, he doesn't. I said, does he go goo-goo? Actually, what I said was gooey goo-goo. There's your answer. And he highlighted that. And I'm saying, wow, he's going by transcripts. That's kind of funny because he's missing words here. Not only that, guys, when it's me, Stacy, Robbie, Tori, whoever's on here, the transcripts doesn't decipher who's saying what.
Exactly.
So it's like, and it's funny when that D to T, apparently she's gone over transcripts and then she's trying to say, I don't know how to talk. Well, dumbass, because you obviously aren't watching. You're reading a transcript and there's 3 people talking on a panel. That's how stupid you are. Some life coach, spiritual life coach at that. But anyway, so then this other thing he highlighted was it says, I said, is Strictly still here? Hey, Silverheart, how you doing? And then I say, isn't that illegal for you to mail someone else's paperwork as you're not an attorney? I guess I read someone on the chat saying that. So I said, I'm not an attorney. No, I'm not an attorney. Nope, not an attorney.
Hi, Kalani.
He highlights this. This is actually he sent that to the bar. I'm like, is this guy an idiot?
He just debunked his own case.
Exactly. I'm like, what the hell's, who is doing this shit? You guys really should not rely on transcripts.
Papering the court.
I'm like, is this Anna? Or do we need to call George the George? I mean, I was like, are you kidding me right now? So then they also send the letter, the email where Ray told Shockett, I would like you to approve a 30-day extension because he's trying to confer with him because you're supposed to do that, right? I would like you to approve a 30-day extension for responding to summons. This is due to a personal emergency reason. So he sent that. He didn't send Shockett's response to him saying, yes, file the motion with the court. So Ray filed a motion with the court. He copied an extension of time, told me to print it out for him and mail it for him because I offered to. He said to go ahead and do it. I said, I called the court, and he needed to do was make sure he had an S signature on it. So, that was it. So, what's the problem? What is the problem?
Yeah, it's not like you're changing anything or anything like that. And he had already sent it to Randy. You were just mailing it.
It shows that he was served, and then it shows the motion to request for time, and then the certificate of service because he sent it to Shockett, and then it says where it's mailed from, and it has the mailing address of the UPS store, right? Doesn't have mine because my box isn't on there, but it has the same UPS store, and it actually has Ray's name on it from the UPS store. And I find it funny because, asshole, if you're going to sue anybody for it, you should be suing the UPS store. That's it. Just because it has the same address, that doesn't matter. So you mean to tell me if, I don't know, Marla or Michelle mailed something for Ray, you're going to go to the Florida bar where nobody has a Florida card to be they're not an attorney, and you're going to say they're acting like an attorney? So you have to be an attorney to mail something to the court. Since when? Since when? This guy is a fucking moron. I'm sorry about my F-bombs tonight, but it's like, are you actually kidding right now? So I did receive that letter, and I'm going to make a mockery of his ass. And not only that, Judge Bolito is going to be seeing how he's harassing me in other ways. And we're going to show how he's harassing me, harassing Robbie, harassing Super Dave, harassing Ray with the videos he's posted, how he's harassed everybody in this court case. He brought up MLS. I got videos that popped up of MLS of him doing a members only video saying it was MLS trying to make a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the court's going to see all of it. All of it.
Okay, Dreamer.
And we don't care about these little chats and whatever, like all this crap. Oh, that's going to be in court. No, I'm not talking about that. This shit, putting my name and trying to go after me with the Florida bar, this is the shit that's going to be in court. I could give two shits about someone says in a chat or a post. That's like later. That's crap. This is the shit we go to the court with. Yeah. About him harassing.
Dreamweaver has a question or comment here. He says,
Stacy, please read my comment about that paper on Lisa from Florida Bar. What
yeah,
about
I got it right here. He says that paper looks like two different papers, one on top, way too white. Or is it just me? Please, plus other things don't look legit. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's legit. It's from the Florida Bar. I was supposed to call there today. I did not. I got too busy with stuff. But I was told to call and make sure it's a legit letter. But I don't think it isn't. I mean, the paper that it was printed on and everything, it's got their logo. I don't think it's fake.
Yeah.
But it's unlicensed practice of law investigation of Lisa Lee. Glad they got my name right. At least Data had a correct name on it, but petitions don't.
Right.
So, which may be in their favor because when I go to the authorities about that petition and who's involved in it, by the
Kyle,
way,
happy
that
birthday to your
group,
mom. It's Kyle's mom's birthday today.
is it?
Yeah, it's her 80th.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yay.
He said she wants
Hey,
to
Kyle's
thank
mom.
everyone for the prayers.
Prayers, prayers, prayers.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Anyway, you know what was just like really upsetting too, hearing a lot of what Sherry was saying in regards to the courts, the judges, and things like that. It's like I couldn't help but think of the judge in our case,
Oh,
you know, because it's made no sense. Like,
Right.
why is it all money about? Like, okay, so all right, Jeremy's got money. So what? What is he paying the judge off on the side? Like, how? Why would he just do like, huh?
Right.
You know, does the judge just look at a case and say, okay, these guys are obviously indigent because they signed this paperwork saying they are, but what about before they got that paperwork?
Right.
Like, what's making the judge, you know, look in that way? Now, I do know that a plaintiff, they usually like look at it like the plaintiff is, you know, telling the truth, because otherwise, why would they be bringing on a lawsuit,
Mhm.
right? So they tend to look at what the plaintiff is saying is true. And the defense has to have good reason to dismiss the case, you know. And
Well,
there
don't
are good reasons. Like,
don't forget what he said. Taking a civil case to a federal court with jury is a privilege.
yep,
So basically, if you got the money to play, they'll hear it.
yeah. Well, I can't wait to see what this judge is going to say about 10 defendants with very similar motions to dismiss. Very similar. He has no standing. He really don't.
Mm.
And it's all shotgun pleadings. He still hasn't stated claims, you know. So, I mean, we'll see. But we are going to request something. If we're still stuck in this case after these motions to dismiss are read by the judge and he orders them, if we're still in this case, I believe everybody's going to do one specific thing that is going to make Jeremy put up or shut up. Judges look the other way because the attorneys donate to their re-election campaigns. Well, maybe we need to look into that. You know, who's part of it. I mean, Jeremy has also often talked about, you know, how they're both from Ohio and, you know, they like the same teams. And when he was at one of the games, he talked about, you know, the judge being on the same team. And he joked about him being there, something like that. So, I know, I don't want to say word for word what it was because I'm paraphrasing right now. I also saw that Packney made another one chip challenge, and it's not spicy. It's now the world's saltiest chip. Ugh.
Oh, really?
Ugh. I don't know if I'd rather go saltiest chip or hottest chip.
It probably tastes like putting a whole spoonful of salt in your mouth. You can get over that easily, though. Hot, not so much.
Now we need to talk about some dragons one day for giveaways. Those are cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those dragons are cool. I have one. Yay. I also have a jaguar. Right? It's a jaguar, right? Or is it a Black Panther? It's
Black
a jaguar.
Panther. Black
That was a
Panther.
Black Panther?
Yeah.
That's a Black Panther. It's under my
That's
TV.
only because he said he would never do another one.
Okay, Todd. It comes with gloves to handle it. The saltiest chip?
Weird.
I don't think I do that.
Any cougars? No, I'll have to take a look.
You won't really get me to do a challenge with like food. No.
He was printing something today. I don't know what it was, though.
Steals leases Black Panther. Shh. Not happening. Let's see. Let's see. All right, hold on. I'll do that. Let's see.
Oh, really?
Gosh. My eyes are burning again. Dreamweaver. No worries. Don't worry about it. Sorry. All right, I was just reading. All right, let's open that up. This is for Flut. Oh my God, this fan I think is what's doing it to me.
What?
Wait, where did it go? It just disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Let's show this. There you go, Flut. That's from Jared.
So cool.
For $20 million car, they need a cougar. Oh my God.
Oh, okay. Sorry, John. Megan.
$20 million car is hello. I'm just looking for something that's like 20K. If I can find one. I'm not even looking anymore. I've given up. I got to pay for a lawyer.
Dreamweaver.
Thank you, Dreamweaver.
It just depends on, like, I don't know. We can, like, the small ones I showed. I can't remember what I charged for them. I think it was 5 or 10. I'd have to look. I think it was 5.
Send me the info on your truck. Oh, I know.
Large ones are 30. With wings are 50. If you want double color.
Kyle, if I don't send it to you, then you can't surprise me. Haha. Kyle's too good to me.
And they
He
do
likes
come
to
with
surprise me.
What's he got
I
surprising
feel bad.
you?
Well, he's asking me for info on my truck.
Oh.
I'm like, no, I'm not giving it to you. But I'll tell you, you can't surprise me.
It's a
I
Dodge
love
Ram.
surprises, but still, I mean, I feel bad.
Isn't yours a 2012?
I got a surprise. It's what?
2012 Dodge Ram, isn't it?
No, my truck is almost, it's a classic. It's a 2002.
Oh,
Dodge
2002 Dodge Ram.
Yeah. And it's like,
Oh,
I forget.
the right.
Yeah, you did. No, it's
Yeah, just email me.
now, I guess, because it, well, I guess it was 25, maybe 2 more years to be after the classic. But anyway, I mean, it looks great. It looks great. But we've kind of replaced almost everything in it, except for that rack and pinion. But it's a great work truck for Gabe. So I used the SUV, and he used the truck. But he went and got another truck because I got rid of the SUV, and I was going to use the truck, but now that the rack and pinion, so he's using his truck. So now it turns out I don't have a truck. Mine's the one that doesn't run. It runs. Sorry, it runs. You just can't drive it.
Right.
I have a feeling that if you don't yell him, he won't show up and find out himself. Yeah, I already got a surprise from Kyle. It's sitting right inside the door here, and apparently it vibrates. It was funny though because
What?
is B here? Well, no, I'm not. I don't even know if I'm supposed to say anything. I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything. Anyway, so I was told that there was a package. I got a phone call that there's a 30-pound package for me. I said, excuse me? I said, that's got to be for Gabe. I'm like, I don't know what the hell that is. So I said, Gabe, there might be a package for you. Go to the store. So he's all excited. He goes to the store. He calls me before even coming home. He goes, I don't think it's for me. I'm like, why? Yeah. He goes, well, it looks like it's a chair. I go, a chair? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. And I'm like, is that what that vibrating thing and the wheels he's talking about? So he was, because Kyle was asking me what I prefer, right? And I was like, I can't believe him. He's so funny. He's so funny. So he comes in and he brings this big box. He goes, it's for you. I'm like, okay. He's so mad. I'm like, well, don't get mad. Kyle sent you something too. He goes, yeah, freaking beans that are going to kill my stomach. But no, Kyle's been super good to Gabe too, because Gabe's opened up boxes and he's got a freaking power tool there. He's like, what? Yeah, Kyle's been very, very good to us, and thank you so much, Kyle. He likes shocking us and surprising us, and trust me, we've been shocked. We like, if anything, like, we think that they're, it's beans. You know what I mean? You open up a box and you're like, what? And next thing you know, he's like, yeah, something yellow is coming. And it was DeWalt, which is yellow and black, right? So I'm like, oh my God, like, this totally surprises us. And Kyle, thank you. He literally thinks of everything he can, and he supports us very well. And he doesn't have to, but he does. And that it's very sweet and kind. And I just want to thank you very much, Kyle.
Hello, Bobby.
Thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. But yeah. At least I'm 100% sure Gabe will be in that chair too. Oh, I know. He said, he goes, well, you have a chair. I go, no, I think this one was done specifically for me. I said, you can have my chair. Yeah, so, no, Kyle's amazing. Kyle, Nigel, so many of you guys, and don't get me wrong, it doesn't matter if you send her something or not, if you're just here. I'm not trying to single people out like that. I just want to let them know specific, like, when something, I mean, we do, we love you guys, all of you. And 9 Chins is awesome. 9 Chins makes it so that we could do the giveaways. That helps out tremendously, because I had no idea that I would be doing giveaways almost every night. We actually haven't done them the past couple of days, but that's just because it's been weird. But no, like, we'll still gonna keep doing them. But I mean, I have tons to give away. I have tons to give away. And what happened?
We did a giveaway at like 6 a.m.
Nuh-uh. Wow, that's the latest I've seen it go. And I didn't see it. So at least I'm still waiting for you to give away the emerald. Oh. That's not happening. Yes, everyone here is amazing. Amazing. But yeah, so I do have that chair. We have to put it together. It's heavy. And it vibrates, so I have a feeling there's some kind of other, like, I put my chair together, no big deal. I could do it myself. But I have a feeling there's some other kind of parts to it, which is vibrating stuff.
That's what it did. It was a last minute thing before we got off.
And I came on.
I understand that.
Yeah, I can't send anybody. I don't feel less because of it. And you shouldn't. You're here supporting us here.
Just being here.
And it heats as well.
Hitting the button,
wow.
Showing it out, it all helps.
It vibrates and it heats. Dang.
Wow.
Damn chair has a remote. Oh my God. I'm excited now. I didn't even look at the box and see what, because I didn't open it. I wasn't going near it until I was going to open it. I actually was going to do it earlier, but I fell asleep. My hours are messed up. I'm sleeping like 4 hours, waking up, and then falling asleep like around 4 or 5 o'clock for another 4 hours, which is why I keep missing Robbie's Wednesdays. And I'm waking up like an hour, if not 10 minutes before going live tonight. My hours is just messed up.
Yeah.
So messed up. Nope, you didn't miss a draw yet. Nope. I didn't even set up goals, so I can just imagine your voice, Lisa, on the vibrator. Oh, that'll be fun to hear, huh? There's a pocket on the side to put the remote. Kind of funny. I think Kyle just wanted me to be sitting in something that vibrates. You guys can hear me do.
You ever watch? You ever have? There's that exercise platform where you stand on it and it just vibrates you all the way through. You ever tried?
No. It's just a little platform. I'm wondering if it's the one I watched. What was it? Mama June. It was one of her recent videos for her last season or something.
Oh, okay.
And she's standing on this thing that just like shakes, and it's supposed to help you actually with circulation.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh. Hello?
I'm
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I thought I actually turned off my headphone.
I just think.
Hello?
I can
Are you
still
still
hear
there?
you. Yeah.
Okay, my headphones are talking to me.
Good night, Renee. Get some
That's
sleep.
weird. It does do back and butt. Oh,
Oh. And if
Oh my
everyone
gosh.
can in the butt.
wow. I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Mm.
And I also have something coming where I could take, because somebody else is so amazing, where I could take my screen and lift it above the desk and put my laptop right underneath it. You guys are too good to me. Too good to me. I am gonna love it. Look, Flutter's telling me. So Flutter, have you seen it? I just seen it in the box. But the box doesn't tell me it does all that. And I didn't read the little description. No butt use during lives. Yeah, you guys don't want to know about me vibrating my butt while I'm live. So I won't tell you. But the heat, that would come in great, because when it does get cold, it's really cold in here. I mean, I've literally had like those floor heaters, those little heater things. I burnt my feet because they were so close to my feet. Yeah. I have scars now
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
on my foot. Yeah, I don't like it.
Take care,
I'm
Topic.
upset
You
that
have a
happened.
safe drive, and you have a wonderful vacation. She is going to go out to just outside of Thunder Bay and do some rock hounding and stuff.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
It's her vacation.
Very nice. Oh, now I'm gonna. I think when I get off the live, I'm gonna put my chair together. I forgot it had that. It says it's black and gray on it.
Oh, nice.
That's all I can see. Yeah. I've melted boots sitting in my ice shack. Wow.
No
This
one
butt
mentioned
talk and concentrate on the peen talk.
No
Why
one
are we
mentioned
talking? No one's mentioned peens. Now we know what Terry's got on the brain.
That'd
That would be cool. Top it.
be awesome. Yeah, definitely. If you can get a few videos or pictures at least.
Uh oh. My head. Hello?
I'm still here.
Okay. It is. My headphones are saying something to me. It's probably telling me to charge it.
Oh, okay.
Flutter, it sometimes get that hot.
Oh,
I tell
that's
you,
it too?
you smell. I thought you was a foot guy. Tammy. Where is 910? Lisa, it even reclines and a leg thing pops out. Stop it! Oh, come on. He's teasing me now. And it doesn't really. No wonder why that box is so heavy.
That'd be a sweet chair.
Are you kidding? Oi. Wow. All right, Stacey, I got to put you on the Bluetooth. I think my headphones are going. Hold on.
Okay.
Hopefully you won't echo.
Terry, show your feet, please.
Let's see. All right, you're on there.
Okay. I'm a little bit
Sorry.
echoey.
A little bit? Yeah, it's actually, I think it's loud. Let me lower it.
It's pretty loud. Yeah.
All right, talk now.
Hello.
Okay, it shouldn't be that bad, but let me know if it's echoing.
Hey, Christine.
All right, I'm just gonna, let me see if I can pull that box out here. I wanted to do it in the house with the AC, but you got her that gaming chair. Does it have the Bluetooth speakers and the headset? No, does it really? Come on.
A mega box of Pop Rocks.
It's a mega box of Pop Rocks.
That's a hell of
It is in the gaming chair, no speakers. Sorry. It's funny though, because I do have speakers. I have on my because like you hear that you're echoing. I'm telling you it's from the speaker. I ordered. Well, I didn't order, but it's on my list. That's like one of the next things I want to get, was because the echo, right? So I want the actual. They're two small speakers I can just put on either side, and they're wireless. So
right.
I think that would be cool to get, and that way I don't have to worry about, you know, the mic picking it up. And it's not coming out as
tomorrow.
How are you? Have you been all right? Oh, lonely night. Hello, how are you? What song is that? What is she saying?
Have you been alright through all these lonely nights? I think isn't that supposed to be an Adele song?
Oh, I don't really know a lot of Adele songs. You have a gaming chair that massages, heats up, cools down. Oh my god, it cools down? Kyle, does this cool down too? Oh, that'd be like the ultimate chair. No, I'm pretty sure this is too much for me.
Wow.
Heats up. I mean, come on. That's the best, because if I have that, because I remember I have a heating pad, and last year I literally took the heating pad and brought it out here just so I could have it on the seat to keep me warm. Yeah, because I didn't want to burn my feet again. I couldn't believe it. Like 3 days, like it was hot, right? So I had, it was cold. So I had that little heater out. 3 days later, I have like blisters on my toes, like water blisters. I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like, oh my god, that's from like the heater thing. So, and when they, they pop or whatever, you kind of get rid of them, then it leaves scars. I literally have scars on my toes and one on the top of my foot, which was why I was barefoot at Michelle's house. Not barefoot, but I had a sock on because it was on the very top of my foot and I couldn't put a shoe on because it would have tore my skin up. The stuck in the truck thing? It wasn't stuck in the truck. It was getting my left leg out of the right side of the door. I had to turn my body to get my left leg out so I didn't bang it. Freaking stuck in the truck. I'm going to punch that dude in the nose one day. But he could only see that from the cameras across the street. So, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
That box. It's right here. Just inside. Black, gray. All right, 1 second. Right back.
Oh my. Hello, Diana. Diana was having fun with some trolls. Stacy, who's never been to Florida? Exactly, I don't know where in the fuck they got that. Not once have I said I've been to Florida. Some idiot says, oh, I heard her say it on a live. Okay, what live did I say it on, and are you sure it was me? Answer those 2 questions and show me proof. You want to be asking everyone for proof? Well, show me proof that I even said something like that. 'Cause I know damn well I've never been to Florida, and I wouldn't lie about shit like that. Shoves Lisa out Stacy's window and poops on Lisa's kid. Yeah, they're gonna have to do the treats tomorrow. Because what is my favorite thing to make on my machines? Oh, he likes to do a few different things for the 3Ds. Hard to tell. We've done so much. I don't know really what the favorite thing is. The most popular is usually the dragons, or he likes doing the dinosaurs. He's done the turtles. And for me, for lasering, I just like experimenting. I love doing the coasters. And I'm really enjoying doing the painted canvases. I want to do more with that. And I really love lasering on tile. I gotta still work out lasering on metal though. I can do it, but I want to do the coins. Now for something different, Stacy. What are we going to do different, Todd? Or sorry, Terry. Do licensed characters like Scooby Doo and Marvin. I can do off-brand ones, I believe, if it's in our files. We've done Woodstock. What else did we do? Oh, we did Woodstock, Yoda. Well, the baby Yoda. Groot. Yeah, we can do them. We just don't mass produce those. Those are more just like... What's Kyle's comment? Sorry. Lisa, check your emails. Sent the ELO song. Can you do a coaster set with a raccoon with Dirty Mike on it and send it to someone? Yeah, I could probably work something out with that. Is there a specific picture you're talking about, Kyle? Or you just want a raccoon with one of those mics? I can figure that out. I can take a look for foxes. I'm sure there's a file for a fox.
ELO.
Last night, every time your machine beeped, it literally jumped up.
Good night, Bobby.
Sorry. Yeah, that beep is pretty loud actually, but they make it loud so you know. It's a safety feature. What does the spray do? Do you spray on your it's just a...
Good night, Ray.
Good night, Ray. Take care. The spray is just like a clear enamel. Like, you know what they do for dried flowers and stuff?
Right.
And you can find it in the dried flowers section, but you can also find the same thing in the spray can section.
Holy crap, it's actually 2 o'clock already? No way.
Time flies when you're having fun, girl.
Wow.
Lately.
Deborah Mike Johnson said that. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't looked at Kobe. Hello.
Oh, she collects little foxes. Yeah, you guys just email me or message me.
Bell and Deborah and Mike, thank you so much, guys. Ooh, that is a big freaking fly. Looks like a spider.
Oh, just a raccoon with the wording. Okay, sorry. That's why it's on coaster.
Oh, I got to show you guys something. So I got some cool pics today to put on the cruising videos. If Gabe and I do cruising stuff. Let's see. I'll show you some of them.
Okay.
So we're like, these are just pictures. All right, this is the video. Oh wait, I have to. There's no sound on them, so I could just show them here. If there was sound, I have to do it a different way, but. That's one. Let's see if I just switch over to another film. No. Oh, it did. There's another. I guess we're singing. And then this one. I like those. Gabe and I should do like a karaoke song or something and do it and then just put it in the beginning of the video. Like cruising with Gabe and Lisa or something.
Good night, Kyle. And yes, I could do that. Sorry, I was looking back at the messages. And yes, definitely prayers up for your mom. I hope she gets home soon.
Thank you, Kyle. Why are you leaving? You should do more road trips like that. We're actually gonna go back over by the Randy Rhodes thing and check out the other side. Because if the house is still there, then it's on the other side. Even though it says it was on the side we showed you. It's the house is there, it's on the other side. So what was that? Something just went flying by me. Good night, Kyle. Prayers up, prayers up. So yeah, we are gonna do that, and then Gabe's gonna show his videos arguing with Jules because they have this thing. You know, Jules just doesn't want to get a job, so he's gonna show some of the video footage of him trying to tell her you need to get a job, and she just argues with him like crazy. Lisa, I couldn't believe all the golf carts. That would be a good place for golf cart mechanic. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's definitely need for a golf cart mechanic. Well, that's awesome. Michael is a mechanic. You should come to the villages. Yes, that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. This place is huge. And there wasn't that many people out that day because it was really hot. So that place is filled with golf carts all the time, every day.
Wow.
Doing the restaurant's part of your house subdivision? Yes, actually. There's subdivisions, a bunch of subdivisions, but there's also big sections, and there's 3 squares like that. and that's Brownwood, which is by me, and there's two other ones. The village is very, very big. Yeah, and we showed only a little bit because there wasn't that many people out because it was so hot. Believe it or not, they do go out when it's hot. I don't know how they do it. But a lot of times too, when you get older, it also depends where you're from. Your blood gets thinner when you're in Florida for a long time. So, people, you adjust differently to the weather because it never used to be so humid to me. It was, but not as bad as it is now.
Right.
Lisa, can I walk around in the villages in our barats? Sure, yeah. Whatever you want. Do whatever you want to do. No one's going to say nothing. Villages, that's right. Call it a subdivision, it's the villages. Well, no, there's lots of subdivisions in the villages. There is. Good night, Georgia. Now I want to put my chair together. Only if I could film that shit, Kyle. I want video if you do, Kyle. Telling you, when all this is said and done, we are throwing a party. We are definitely throwing a party. And I could easily make it in the villages. There's bands there every night. Unless it's raining, they're there playing every night. 7 days a week. And it's from like 4 or 5 till 9 o'clock at night. Everything shuts down at 9 o'clock around here. Put it together while live. Yeah, we can go. We went down to the villages one time in the golf cart live, but I had to do it through YouTube. So I could do it through StreamYard. It was just like a quick teaser thing. It's pouring down rain all day today. It rained a little bit here.
No, it's Polyfox keychain.
Polyflop keychain?
Don't wait.
Polyflop?
A Polyfox.
Oh, Polyfox.
Yeah.
I think you were
articulated foxes, solid foxes, polyfoxes.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard Nine Chins can sing too.
His hearts are cool.
It's too hot to do it out here right now. Yeah, you can make a bracelet as Polymop.
Those jelly bracelets. Well, I can
Thank you, Anita.
laser that on metal. I have metal bracelets.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I want to work out a warrior coin.
Nobody really wanted to buy the fleas.
Well, I'm not doing the fleas anyways because I can't adjust it properly, and because I have the one, and I'll send you what I have here, Lisa, so you can have them as a souvenir or whatever. But
Cool, thank you.
I mean, the legs are just very fragile.
Nobody wanted the fleas. I'd rather it be something else. But
Yeah.
Speaking of fleas, where is it?
Collapsible.
Where is it? Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my God, Mothra, these damn fleas! They're everywhere we go, damn it! They have us covered! They're all over us. We'll never get rid of them. The entire planet will know.
They never buy me a super chat. I'm butthurt. I'm going to cry like the bitch I am.
It's too funny.
Robbie's like, they're not fleas. I'm like, that's because they're fleas and warriors. Hello, it's a mixture. You know, supposedly there's fleas and gnats and all this stuff. So it's everything.
Oh
Sweet.
my God, Mothra, these damn fleas. They are everywhere we go, damn it. They have us covered. They're all over us. We'll never get rid of them. The entire planet will know.
They never buy me a super chat. I'm butthurt. I'm going to cry like the bitch I am.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
I tried to send you a super chat, but it wouldn't accept 0. It's really weird.
Are you talking about the fleece?
Dreamweaver. Yeah, I guess the flea's on there, but it's sold out. I don't know why it says that, but
Oh,
it shouldn't say that.
on your wish
Although
list.
it should now. They're all going to need crying towels. Actually, Robbie's getting crying towels, by the way. If anybody was interested, they should be showing up shortly. Apparently, they ran out of them and decided not to tell me. I got an email the other day. I'm like, and I was on the phone with Robbie. I'm like, oh, here's your reason. So they should be coming.
Ooh, I like those skulls.
It is so hot, guys. We are like drinking so much water and iced tea, soda. It's crazy. Got some Gatorade here.
Oh, I can see if you can do these.
It says they're sold out. That's weird because usually you have to put in an amount for it to be sold out. I don't remember putting an amount in. I have to go back and fix that anyway. Add some more t-shirts in case people, because I don't promote the t-shirts. I really don't. There's just a link in here. I never really talk about them. But there's some pretty cool shirts up there. If anybody ever wants to go look, there's some pretty cool things. And I think I'm just going to take down the Harley Jolly Christmas stuff because I'm going to have something designed for this year anyway.
Do
So
something.
I'll just take this crap down.
Do something different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll do new Christmas shirts for this year.
Yeah.
So
Maybe don't attach a name or whatever.
well, I just kind of don't want anything to do with any more of that. You know what I mean? And I'd rather just change it, you know?
Yep.
Lizzie, do you think Michelle is going to let you do the Christmas thing? She can't stop me from doing the Christmas thing, Mike.
The Christmas thing was.
I don't need her permission.
Especially with we're doing it for a different, whether it be family, school, organization, hospital, whatever. We don't need Michelle's.
Hey, look, I could turn it into a Crayola Christmas. I mean,
There you go. I like that idea.
the only thing is I would need a new Crayola with the Christmas stuff without the middle finger.
Yeah, but that's an
I
easy
might
thing.
have one, but the ones I remember in my head all have the middle finger showing.
No,
there's an
had
echo.
one that didn't have the middle finger because I remember us.
Oh, yeah, all of a sudden there's an echo. Hold on. I see it echoing because my mic's moving when Stacy's talking.
No, and I'm trying to talk quiet too.
No, you're goody.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah,
You okay with that?
yeah.
Okay. I just want to see what you guys think of these.
Oh, those are cool.
Or two kind of kitty, kind of like.
Those are cute.
I think they're cute, right? And we can make
Yeah.
them a little bigger, like, because we can adjust the size on them. So
It's not going to be on her property. Michelle has nothing to do with this Christmas, so don't let her talk about it.
no, won't have anything to do with
If
it.
she is, I don't know where you're getting that she doesn't want it on her property. She wanted it on her property last year.
Yeah, that
It wasn't going to be on her property, and she wanted it on her property. Maybe that's because that's how she got all the decorations for her property. I don't know. Who knows? But all the decorations that were there were left there. She has all of them.
Those are the ones you were talking about, right, Mo? Those dragoonies?
That's cool. Those are cute.
Oh, what did I do?
She has them all. All the inflatables, she has them all. She has everything. She needs to return them. Yeah. Yeah.
Mike, there's so many choices for foxes, actually. There's cutesy ones, there's planters, there's dice tower, bobblehead, wall decor.
Yeah, exactly, Mo. Yeah. Harley loved them all, and it was very fun for her. So I'm not worried about it.
Right.
Leave them. We can build it again. Oh, I like that idea. We can build it again. Yeah, but this time, what I want to do is if we're gonna have like an event for a family, I want to do it at a specific place. We'll decorate it, but we'll also keep it for the following year. We'll keep the decorations, and we'll save them. We'll store them for the following year, so we have them to use again. You know what I mean? But I'm glad she has them because that way Harley probably gets to have fun with them again. Stacy, how much for them?
For what?
The dragon thingies.
Oh, I won't know until I print them.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm just looking at suggestions, guys. But now that I know, I'm going to save that program and let's
Stacy,
have
you need
them.
to. There you go. Oh, you can message her through her copy.
Yeah, I'm not looking for. Just message me through there. That'll be easier, so I don't lose the email. Because my other email, I gotta really clean it out and get all the junk mail gone.
Gosh, if you saw my email, whew.
I gotta stop. I just gotta unsubscribe to a bunch of stuff that I haven't really even looked at. So
Yeah, I had to clean it all out. It's too much.
I'm just gonna find that thing and then email it to hubby again. Because of course I've hit backwards.
Where is Nine Chunks?
He's probably working. He did pop in, didn't he? At one point.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cute.
Nine Chunks.
I don't know if anyone likes ducks. I think it's just funny.
Did you see the meteorites? I didn't. He's sleeping. Yeah, I guess he does have to sleep. Not sure if I'm going to unsubscribe to Ken's OF page. She hasn't updated lately. I thought she's been on it.
That's funny.
Present man. There he is. Nine Chins. I heard you could sing.
Yes, he can. Don't let him fool you. See, he's here. You just got to say his name a few times.
What
Toothpick
is
holder?
that?
It's a toothpick holder.
The porcupine. Gabe did use one of them. He's always looking for toothpicks. That's cute. The porcupine. I gotta get that. He's always looking for toothpicks. And dang it if I don't find one on the floor every damn day.
Well, I'll have to just
That's like something I grew up with too, by the way. My dad used to have toothpicks all the time, and my mom would yell at him because we all walked around barefoot and we'd be stepping on them. And man, those things can hurt. And so it's just funny that I have to deal with that with Gabe, but definitely I would. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I need one of those. A porcupine. I love that. You get stage fright. So what was 19 saying? Yeah, Elvis, I guess you said? I do. I despise toothpicks. I find them everywhere. I'm like, that was the biggest mistake was me getting them for him. But I thought he wanted them. Yeah. I love that. The porcupine.
Porcupine.
I love it.
Mm.
Oh my God, you can make those braces for your hand? Hold on.
What are you talking about?
There was like a brace for your thumb. A wrist thingy.
Okay, I skipped 14, I went to 15. Oh, this thing, yeah, a wrist brace, yeah. Yeah, you can make anything.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
That's cool. Lisa, did they tell you Ed was on the panel last night and defending Jennifer last night from the asshole haters?
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of heard about that.
He was on my panel.
I don't understand why, but you know, you shouldn't even just give them any attention, really, because that's what they're looking for.
But, you know, everyone needs a say once in a while, and so they can just get it out of their system. And he was just defending a friend. Oh, I like these gear ones. This is a gear keychain.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about. I'm talking about the people that are saying shit. You know.
Yeah, well, they're just. Well, we know who it is.
Yeah.
He's got the loudest mouth over there. And yes,
They're just yelling.
Yeah. Oh, look, a frog.
They're just yelling.
Sorry. You can make a mechanical hand. I'm trying to find my program again, damn it.
Robbie blanked on me. Oh.
He's probably tired. Did he do market and everything today?
Today's Thursday now.
Oh, it's Thursday. I don't know why. Why did I think it was Monday? Wow.
Got our hours messed up, girl. Oh, look at that dragon skull.
Completely messed up.
I texted him. I said, Flake. Hell, need to get to bed. Much love. Good night, Dreamweaver. Yeah, my eyes are burning. Stacey, you should get to sleep early too. I'm thinking you didn't get much sleep.
I had a little bit of a nap before you came on. These are
what?
Cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. That's very cool.
Looks like it comes on a stand too.
That's real cool. Yeah, Silverheart, they're all the same. It doesn't matter what they say. They just make shit up. Side effect of perimenopause or menopause. Same.
He's gonna get all these emails.
I think I'm gonna come on Saturday, and I'm gonna come on early and just do like a big sale like all day long. What do you think?
We could.
Let's hope it's raining. It won't be that hot.
Saturday I will. I'm not guaranteeing to be there until later evening, but I have to help a family member on Saturday.
That's cool. You're goody.
She's got to clean out the cabin. So.
I appreciate you coming on and hanging out with me
Oh, this is
all the time. Oh,
that's a fox. Oh, here's another little dragon.
that's cute. I like them.
Yeah, it's a little cutesy oxalot. Dragon oxalot.
There it is.
She's yawning already, guys.
Yeah, that's it. That yawn. Once that yawn comes out.
I'm like, now who's flaking? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Lisa never comes on early. I will. I'm thinking of coming on early. I can't do it tomorrow. Well, I know that there shouldn't be any court stuff tomorrow. Not for the cases we're following anyway. Because an order came out today. So I don't know.
Right.
But you never know. But Robbie will be live tomorrow at 8 o'clock. It's his Friday night. Get Swamp live. Tori will not be live tomorrow. Tori will probably be live Saturday afternoon. And I usually go on at 10. Maybe we'll go live. Maybe if we go up to, I don't know. See, Gabe and I will probably do the drive around thing. And then, but he's also supposed to be working on Saturday. I don't know. I have to see how Saturday goes to see what time or when I can do it. I'm not sure, but y'all know I'll be on by 10 o'clock either way. And I will sell stuff on Saturday. Okay? I will. I promise. Promise. And maybe we'll get Gabe to eat the rest of these thingies. There's some of them anyway. There's too many to eat at once or in one night. That's cool.
Look, we can even make a recorder. Anything with Bigfoot for laser drawings? Yeah, what do you want? Do you want me to try and... Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do a Bigfoot laser drawing on canvas. Because I can do them on slate too.
So y'all were going to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
Yeah,
my eyes are burning. I already did the eye drop thing, but now I'm yawning. So I can't believe it's 2:30 though. It seemed like time just flew tonight.
it did.
But I wouldn't be able to buy one. Just curious, Stacey.
Well, I can do one up anyways. I don't mind doing stuff up like that because I can.
Cool. I like that dragon head, and I like the porky pig. I want the Porky Pick.
I sent them both to his email, and he can look at them and see if those programs will work for him. Usually they do.
Oh, right on.
Thingiverse is usually pretty good.
Cool. Very cool. That'd be cool.
If he feels it doesn't, then he'll find something that works.
Lisa Lee, would you ever show yourself on telly? Yeah, I have already, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I've shown myself before. I just like to come out with my hair in a bun and not worry about anything, you know. Not that I worry. It's just
Yeah, I want him to make some of those Porky Picks. What color would you want, though?
me. White. You'd have to see it.
You'd have to see it.
Yeah.
Like the bone white, or we have like orange, yellow, like bright color.
Well, he likes blue.
Blue.
Yeah, he likes blue. I would always say black, but probably
That was
black.
my first color too, but yeah.
Yeah. I would say black. Yeah, I would do it black. Yeah.
And skull would be white with black base. We have that bone white, so it makes it look authentic, like real.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. Guys, thank you so much for hanging in. I hope you guys really enjoyed the beginning of our show tonight. I guess the first segment of our show tonight. But I did, and I think it's very informative, and it's cool that we'll be doing something on Mondays with that too. So I'm excited about that. But thank you so much for saying and supporting. And you guys are just amazing. You really are. We have a great community of peeps all around. And definitely go and check out our mods channels. Check them out. Great peeps, the mod squad here. Thank you again, Stacy, so much for hanging.
Not a problem.
And
thanks for having me on.
Love it. Love it.
And not to try and sell on your thing, but if you, with the 3D stuff, guys, just message me with ideas. If you guys can all search Thingiverse and other stuff, just put 3D filament and then whatever you're looking for, and send me your ideas.
Yep.
I'll let you know if we can do it or not.
Stacy's a 3D gal. Yep.
So
hit Stacy up.
I do want to do some more germs, though. I do want him to do those. He's just trying to get it right, and he hasn't played with that in a while. So.
Awesome, Francis. I'm glad.
3
hours later. 3 hours later.
Unfortunately, we won't be doing the fleas, guys.
Fleas are out.
He said absolutely. So
Warriors are in. They were always in. We should come up with like a 3D thing for the Warriors.
We should. Yeah. Well, I want to. Well, also I have those coins, and I want to do a like challenge coins for them. So I'm just trying to. I gotta spend time to try and design something, and get it working the way I want it. So
look at Jared. Get off, damn it! You get off.
Because it'll look 3D. It'll look 3D. Like the picture will look 3D.
Go get off with your foot over there.
Okay. I'll stop talking.
Alrighty, guys. Again, thank you for your support. Robbie's on tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. I'll be back on Saturday sometime. It's all going to depend on Gabe. We're going to do that another cruising video. Yeah, it's good. But I will sell something on Saturday. I promise. I know people have been looking for me to do that. So we will see you again. I'll be on Robbie's tomorrow night. And Stacy, when do you actually go live aside from Wednesdays? Like a known time?
I don't really have a known time. It's whenever I pop in.
Okay. All right.
Whenever I'm not exhausted from everything.
Stacy. Sub to Flutter. Check out Tori at all times. Diana too. Everybody, all our mods.
And Tori.
Mo Magic. Mo Magic. I think that's the first time I did that tonight. Oh my god. Mo Magic. Mo Magic. Mo Magic. Lisa,
Love
shut
you
your
all.
mouth.
Thank you all for your support.
Diana, shut up.
Thank you all for
Lisa
just
going
being
live in 10 minutes.
Just being here is
I'm kidding. She knows I'm kidding.
Lisa going live in 10 minutes. Lisa, you
No,
mean
I'm not.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
I don't
Alrighty,
think
guys.
I'll
Shut up, Lisa. Goodbye. Look, they're all telling me to shut up now. The longest goodbye.
You hang up first. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
Oh my God, you guys are being so mean to me. Oh, I can't take it. I gotta go.
Sherry's all dry
Bye.
now. I have to vacuum.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Ta-ta. A goody goo and a toodaloo too.